Almighty God, we come before you today to ask for your guidance and strength. Help us to lead and govern with utmost honesty and integrity. Give us perspective and clarity of mind as we make decisions that we hope will improve the lives of our countrymen. Grant us the courage to confront the political, social, and economic challenges currently affecting all of us. God of power and might, through you, authority is granted to us, and from us, responsibility will be exacted by you. May our decisions always merit your approval and grace. All this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The Secretary will call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero S, Cayetano Pea S, Defensor Santiago Ejercito, Enrile, Escudero, Estrada, Gingona, Hunasan, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Usmeña, Pimentel, Po, Recto, Revilla, Soto, Trillanes, Villar. Senate President Trilon.
16 senators are present. The chair declares the presence of a quorum. The Majority Leader.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 82nd Session, June 10, 2014, but I will propose an amendment before, a correction before I move for the approval, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, Senator Angara brought to my attention that the journal reflected that he arrived after the roll call, but during the roll call he was at the back and he raised his hands, but being mild-mannered, he did not shout present, and he was in fact in the hall already, so the journal should reflect that he was here during the roll call, Mr. President.
The Secretary is directed to reflect the presence of Senator Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if there are no other corrections or amendments, I move that we consider the Journal of the 82nd Session, June 10, 2014, as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none. The reading of the journal as corrected is dispensed with. Journal number for session number 82, Tuesday, June 10, 2014, and the same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2046 and House Bill number 4595 on Go Negosyo. Copies of the report have been distributed to the senators. Mr. President, with the consent of the Senate, I move that we consider aforesaid Conference Committee report.
The consideration of the Conference Committee report is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Bam Aquino, to present the bicameral committee report.
Senator Aquino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the information of the body, the House has approved and ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2046, entitled An Act Promoting Job Generation and Inclusive Growth by Providing Additional Incentives and Benefits to Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, and House Bill number 4595, entitled An Act Promoting the Development of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. Mr. President, I have the honor to submit a copy of the Conference Committee report with a joint explanation on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2046 and House Bill number 4595 as my sponsorship speech, and consider it read in toto into the records.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt. Mr. President, may we recognize first Senator Recto.
Senator Recto is recognized. Make it a record that every member of the chamber was provided a copy of the joint explanation of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill 2046 and House Bill 4595. The chair now recognizes Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the gentleman yield to a few questions with regard to the Bicameral Conference Committee report?
Yes, of course, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you to the distinguished sponsor as well. Mr. President, may I know from the gentleman, out of the 20 sections of the Senate version, how many were adopted in the Bicameral Conference Committee report? And how many were deleted?
Second, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the lemon law. This is the lemon law. Lemon law ito, mali. Mr. President, we use the House version as the draft, no? But specifically, Section 13 of the Senate version was deleted.
Only one section?
1 second, Mr. President. Section 7 was also deleted. Section 9 was deleted as well, Mr. President. Section 14 and 15 were also deleted, Mr. President. Those were the sections deleted, Mr. President. I can actually explain, Mr. President, the deletions of these sections if you wish.
Yes, I will discuss them one by one, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, it would appear to me that essentially it is the House version that was accepted by the Bicameral Conference Committee report, and almost all the provisions in the Senate version were not adopted. Now, the most important provisions in this committee report are actually found in the Senate version, Mr. President. So I'd like to find out what were the reasons, for example, Mr. President, Section 3 of the Senate version defined what micro, small, and medium enterprises are, not only defined them, codified existing laws, and improved the thresholds so that more people would be eligible to qualify for benefits and incentives under existing law.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, yes.
First of all, Mr. President, I would like to clarify that I think the pertinent and important provisions of the bill are still kept, no, as many of these provisions are definitely important, no. But specifically on those important provisions that you had mentioned, Mr. President, there was a lack of consensus in terms of the of changing the definition of micro, small, and medium enterprises. You had, of course, proposed an amendment, Mr. President, but
Mr. President, let me correct this. I did propose amendments during the period of individual amendments in the chamber, which was accepted by the sponsor and unanimously approved by the Senate. So this is not a recto amendment.
Yes, Mr. President.
This is an individual amendment voted by all the members unanimously by the Senate, Mr. President.
Yes,
Several
Mr. President.
sections, but we're still talking only about Section 3 here.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. President, in this case, of course, we had sought the solicitation. We solicited the comments of the different agencies who will be involved in the implementation of these provisions, Mr. President. And for that particular section, the suggestion of DTI in terms of amending the current definitions of MSME was actually extremely different, no, from what the Senate version had.
Let me repeat, Mr. President. First, it is codifying under one law the definition of what micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises are. The second, so I don't think that there is anything wrong with codifying.
Mr. President, it's already in the law. We did not amend
Correct.
the MSME definition, Mr. President.
Let me reiterate. The essence of codifying is so that it is easy for the implementer of the law and of the possible beneficiary, make it easier for them to read one law instead of several laws. So the first issue is codifying. I do not think that there is anything wrong with codifying.
Definitely,
That's one.
Mr. President, there's nothing wrong with
Particularly on what a micro, small, medium-scale enterprise is. The second issue is improving the definition and or the thresholds. Okay?
Okay.
Now, that is what is found in the Senate version. That is not found in the House version. So I'd like to find out, was there anything wrong in the Senate version with regard to codifying? If assuming that there is nothing wrong with the codifying, why was it deleted? Second point, if the issue is on the thresholds, meaning to say, we amended, the Senate version amended the definition of a micro to be originally from 3 million, we wanted it, the threshold, to go higher to 5 million.
Mr. President,
Diba? As an example. And then small, from 5 to 15, medium, from 15 to 100 million. Okay? Now, the gentleman mentioned that the different government agencies, particularly the DTI,
yes,
was not in agreement of redefining what a micro-enterprise is. Our definition in the Senate existing law is 3 million. We adopted 5 million in the Senate version as an example. If they are not amenable to that, why were they not amenable to it? Was this debated in the BICAM? How many BICAM hearings did we have on this measure? And there are many other provisions, Mr. President, but just on the definition lang. Was it wrong to increase the eligibility?
Mr. President, the Department of Trade and Industry, which is the main implementer of this bill, again, had a very different change in definition. And to be very frank, during the committee hearings, this change in definition was not really discussed at length. So I thought, Mr. President, and as the chairman, I made a determination that definitely, and I had talked to you yesterday about this, that we can actually propose a new bill redefining micro, small, and medium enterprises, and we can have the right hearings and come up with a consensus between the implementing agencies and the legislature. So, Mr. President, with the suggestions of DTI, which was again contrary to what the Senate version had, we thought it best to just keep the current definitions and tackle that later on in another bill, Mr. President. So with apology, of course, the House version did not change the definition. DTI did not want to change the definition in the degree that you had mentioned. So, Mr. President,
so what
in
is
terms
the
of
degree?
consensus,
Yes.
well, Mr. President, you raised the micro to 5 million.
Correct.
And currently, some government agencies even want to lower this or make it stricter by putting a number of employees clause. So, Mr. President, the executive is seeking to be quite strict with the definition, while what you had proposed was actually loosening it. So, Mr. President, we thought it best to just leave this for another bill, which, of course, our committee is very willing to tackle.
But Mr. President, this is the point. The point is, we are discussing in this bill micro, small, and medium enterprises. It is difficult not to include a definition in this bill. Now, if, for example, the position was to keep it as is, wala rin naman akong problema dun eh.
Mr. President, in
Meaning
effect,
to say that we keep the definition of a micro at 3 million. I may be amenable, Mr. President. I just want to find out, for the record, what were the reasons, no? But I don't think that there is anything wrong with codifying,
Mr. President,
even under existing laws. If a micro is 3 million, then we keep it as 3 million. That's fine with me.
that, in effect, Mr. President, that's exactly what we have done. We have kept the current definitions because we are not repealing our two landmark bills on micro-entrepreneurship, which is the BMBE Act and the Magna Carta for micro, small, and medium enterprises. So, in effect, Mr. President, it is exactly that. No, we have kept the definition, but in terms of the opportunity to codify, I will admit, Mr. President, that maybe by deleting that section, we have missed out on that. But I think, Mr. President, the more substantial portion, which is keeping the definition, was kept. And again, Mr. President, if you wish to tackle the definition, right when we resume on July 28, we can actually have hearings on this and come up with a better consensus with the national agencies in terms of defining micro, small, and medium enterprises, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Mr. President, I thank the distinguished sponsor for stating of the record that it would have been better to codify it, which we tried to do, and it is found in the Senate version in the final unanimously approved Senate version. But this is just one of the issues, no? Now,
with the permission of the chamber,
what is the yes?
Can the chair declare a 1-minute suspension?
Yes.
Just for 1 minute.
Yes.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, Senator Aquino, and our Senate President Pro Temp, I move that we suspend the consideration of the Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2046 and 4595 on Negosyo, because most of the members would like to listen to the discussion. However, there are certain bills that, Mr. President, that are also ripe for discussion at this point. So with their indulgence, we will suspend and take it up later, Mr. President.
Okay, the consideration of the BICAM report on Senate Bill 2046 and House Bill 4595 is suspended to be taken up later on within the session, during today's session.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Suspended 1 minute.
Magna Carta.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, with the commitment that he's not going to offer us a song today, but will deliver a speech that we'll all be interested in, may we recognize Senator Jingoy Estrada.
Senator Jingoy Estrada is recognized.
May I ask for a minute suspension for the installation of the
Suspension for
ADP?
1 minute.
Mr. President, ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
Ginoong Pangulo, mga kasamahan ko dito sa Senado, mga masang Pilipino na napakalapit po sa aming puso, mga kababayan, magandang hapon po. Ako po ay muling tumatayo sa inyong harapan bilang isang lingkod bayan at isang mamamayan na meron pong ipinaglalaban. Ginoong Pangulo, hindi lingid sa inyong kalaman na halos buong buhay ko ay inialay at hinandog ko sa paglilingkod sa ating bayan. Dahil dito, matagal ko na pong tinanggap sa aking sarili na ang mundong aking ginagalawan sa larangan ng politika ay binubuo ng mga sumasang-ayon at ng mga sumasalungat sa aking paninindigan. Ito rin ay isang mundong pinamamahayan ng mga kaaway at mga kakampi. Ginoong Pangulo, matatag at malakas ang aking paninindigan na ako ay walang kasalanan sa lahat ng mga bintang at paratang laban sa akin. Wala po sa aming angkan ang tahasang hindi pagsunod sa mga batas, sa mga alituntunin inilatadhana ng ating saligang batas at sa sistema ng katarungan. Matatandaan din natin, marahil, na kahit walang aasahang pantay na hustisya ang kinakaharap noon ng aking ama, si dating Pangulong Estrada. Hinarap niya ang proseso ng buong tapang, ang impeachment trial, na hindi tinapos sa korte, kung hindi sa lansangan. Hindi rin siya umalis ng bansa. Hindi rin umalis sa bansa ang aking ama, kahit pa makailang ulit siyang inalok na umalis, kapalit ang kanyang pagbibitiw sa tungkulin. Sa halimbawang ito, Ginoong Pangulo, malakas at matibay ang aking loob na magsabi na ako ay hindi rin tatakas sa mga akusasyon laban po sa akin. Maluwag kong tinatanggap ang mga paratang sa akin sa paniniwalang ang tunay na katarungan at katotohanan ang sa huli ay siyang mananaig. Patunay dito ang makailang ulit ko na ding binitawan na pahayag na hindi po ako natatakot na makulong. Hindi na nila ako kailangan pang hanapin at kaladkarin kung sakaling kami ay dapat nang arestuhin, dahil ako na mismo ang kusang susuko sa kinaukulan sa sandaling maglabas ng utos ang korte na ako ay kailangan ng dakpin. At sa puntong ito, Ginoong Pangulo, kung saan mukhang handang-handa na ang may kapangyarihan na arestuhin at dalhin kami sa kulungan para sa kasong walang piyansa. Marami ang nagsasabi na maaari wala na ring saysay na magsalita pa ako o magprotesta sa naging kalakaran ng investigasyon sa amin, hindi lamang ng Department of Justice at ng Ombudsman, kundi pati na rin ng Blue Ribbon Committee at ang naging pagtrato sa amin ng ilang kagawad ng mass media. Wala mang saysay para sa ilan, patuloy akong maninindigan dahil katulad ng paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, ako po ay walang kasalanan. Nung una pa man ako nagsalita dito sa Senado patungkol sa usapin ng PDAF, mariin ko nang inihayag ang tila pagkakaroon ng selektibong pag-akusa laban sa akin at sa aking mga kasamahan. Una, naging selektibo ang ilang mass media sa pagpapahayag ng anomalya patungkol sa PDAF. Hindi ba't nang unang lumabas noong Hulyo ng nakaraang taon ang balita tungkol dito, ang nagsusumigaw na headline ay NBI probes 10 billion scam. 28 Solons linked to scam. Ngunit ang walang patumanggang ibinandera na mga larawan ay ang kay Enrile Revilla at Estrada lamang. Mabilis at madaling napukaw ang atensyon ng publiko sa usapin ng anomalya sa PDAF. Dahil na din sa mga pangalan ng mga sinasabing sangkot po dito. Juan Ponce Enrile, veteranong politiko, dating Pangulo ng Senado, at isa sa matatag na haligi ng oposisyon. Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., masasabi na rin natin veterano sa politika, kilalang batikang aktor, at matunog na tatakbo sa pagkapangulo ng Pilipinas sa darating na 2016 elections. At ang inyong abang lingkod na tinaguriang anak ng masa at pinuno din ng partidong politikal nakahanay sa oposisyon. May iba pang pangalan na sinasabing sangkot sa anomalya. 28 solons nga ang sabi sa paunang balita, hindi po ba? Ngunit, bukod sa pangalan ni Enrile, Revilla at Estrada, may nakakaalala ba kung sino pa ang sinasabing iba pang sangkot sa anomalya? Wala po, Ginoong Pangulo. Hindi na sila nabigyan ng pansin sapagkat ang pangalan ni Enrile, Revilla at Estrada na lamang ang kanilang bukang bibig at parating sinasambit. Nasabi ko nga din nung una ako nag-privilege speech that there has been a serialized and obvious concerted effort in the media to demonize me along with other members of this chamber allegedly involved. Ako, si Senador Enrile at Revilla, ang tila ba inuulam mula almusal, tanghalian, merienda at hapunan. And this still holds true to this very day. Ginoong Pangulo, mas napagtibay ang aking sinasabing selective media reporting nang lumabas kamakailan lang ang patungkol sa hard drive ni Ginoong Ben Hurloy. Abril pa pala noong nakaraang taon ay hawak na ng isang pahayagan ang kopya ng hard drive ni Loy na naglalaman ng daang-daang pangalan na sangkot di umano sa PDAF scam, kasama na ang ilang kaalyado ng administrasyon, kabilang pa dito ang sinasabing mentor ni Ginang Napoles, walang iba kundi si Secretary Florencio Butch Abad. Abril pa noong nakarang taon ay may mahabang listahan na ng mga pangalan, ngunit piniling isulat lamang sa mga pahayagan ay ang mga pangalan ni Enrile, Revilla at Estrada. Nakakapanghinala po, Ginoong Pangulo. Pangalawa, ang pagkakaroon ng selektibong investigasyon ng COA, ng Senate Blue Ribbon at ng DOJ. Isang buwan o nung ika-6 na Agosto noong nakarang taon, pagkatapos lumabas sa mga pahayagan ang tinaguriang PDAF scam, naglabas po si COA Chairperson Grace Pulido Tan ng sinasabi niyang kahindik-hindik na special audit report. And like a well-rehearsed script, 3 pangalan din ang namutawi sa bibig ni Chairman Grace Pulido Tan. Yan po ay walang iba kundi si Estrada, Revilla at Enrile. Kahit pa daan-daan na mambabatas ang nakalista sa kanyang PDAF Special Audit Report na nag-endorso din ng kanilang mga PDAF sa mga NGOs. Kung susumahin, 14.3 billion pesos ang PDAF na na-release sa mga taong 2007, 2008, and 2009 sa 334 na mambabatas ayon sa COA report. Inendorso naman ang mga proyektong pinondohan ng PDAF sa 82 NGOs. Ngunit, bakit kami lang ang naalala ni Chairman Grace Pulido Tan? Bakit siya mahilig kumain ng hamburger na si Congressman Boyet Gonzales ay hindi man lang niya naalala kahit pa na nakipag-meeting siya kay Chairman Grace Pulido Tan bago niya nilabas ang audit report. Sinabihan at binalaan pa nga niya si Congressman Gonzales na malaki ang magiging problema nito dahil ang kanyang PDAF ay ang opisina niya mismo, inulit ko, opisina niya mismo ang nagpapatupad ng sarili niyang PDAF. Ginoong Pangulo, naimbestigahan po ba si Deputy Speaker Neptali Gonzales? Hindi po. May kaso po bang sinampa laban sa kanya? Wala po. Nakakapagtaka, hindi po ba? Di kalaunan, lumakas ang panawagan na imbestigahan din ng Senado ang anomalya sa PDAF. Kahit pa ilan sa hanay ng kapulungan ang sinasabing sangkot dito. Kaya, noong ika-29 ng Agosto, sinagot ng Senado ang panawagan at inumpisahan itong imbestigahan. Nag-inhibit ako sa pagdinig upang di masabi na ginagamit ko ang aking posisyon para maimpluwensyahan ang pagdinig. It is a fact that I have always actively participated whenever issues of national importance and significance are being investigated by the Blue Ribbon or by any Senate committee for that matter. And during such participation, modesty aside, I pride myself of being fair, reasonable, and considerate. For the PDAF investigation, I expected the same demeanor from my colleagues. Hindi ko naman hiningi na ako ay kanilang ipagtanggol o dili kaya ako ay kanilang pagtakpan. Ang tangi kong inasam ay maging patas sila sa kanilang pag-iimbestiga at hindi maging mapanghusga. Ngunit, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po ito nangyari. Imbes na tumulong sa pagsiwalat ng buong katotohanan, tumulong pa sila upang maging mas malalim ang hukay at malibing ng tuluyan ang katotohanan. At ang pinakamasakit, hindi sila naging patas. Naging selektibo ang investigasyon. Itinuon lang nila ang investigasyon kay Enrile, Revilla at Estrada, gayong napakaraming mambabatas ang sinasabing maaring sangkot. Itinuon lamang nila sa sinasabing Napoles NGOs ang pagdinig upang lalo kaming mabaon at madikdik. Pinakamasahol dito, mas pinanigan at pinaniwalaan nila ang mga kasinungalingan at kwentong kutsero ng iilan.
Kung panindigan po ninyo ang mga bagay na sasabihin nyo, baka po isang 3-point shot. Isang 3-point shot na buzzer beater na winning shot pa.
3-point buzzer beater winning shot. Hindi ba't ganyan hinalintulad ng chairman ng Blue Ribbon Committee ang salaysay ni Ginang Ruby Tuason? Hindi pa tapos ang investigasyon. Buo na sa isip ng chairman ng Blue Ribbon na kami po ang may kasalanan. Tanda, sexy at pogi. Yan naman ang paulit-ulit na sinambit at pinasasambit ng ibang mga miyembro ng Blue Ribbon na para bang tuwan-tuwa na nangungutya. Patas po ba yan, Ginoong Pangulo? Mahal na kababayan? 2 buwan lamang ang lumipas simula nang lumabas sa pahayagan ang tinaguriang PDAF scam. Nagsampa na ng kaso sa ombudsman ang DOJ at NBI. Track daw ang ebidensya, sabi ni Secretary De Lima. Kaya naman, si Juan de la Cruz ay madaling napaniwala na guilty nga ang 3 sangkot na senador. Track nga naman, di ba? Ngunit, lumakas ang mga bulong at naging matunog ang tanong, bakit sila lang? Ang sagot ni Secretary De Lima, we are still investigating. We are still verifying. We are still evaluating. Ano daw? Si Enrile, Revilla at Estrada ay inimbestigan ng wala pang 2 buwan. Pero kapag kakampi o kalyado, mabilisan kiniklear ang pangalan at hindi na kailangan ng investigasyon. Hindi pa doon nagtapos ang ginawa ni Secretary De Lima. Matatandaan na pagkatapos niya magsampa ng kaso laban sa amin, agaran niyang hiniling sa Department of Foreign Affairs na ikansela ang aming mga pasaporte. Ito ay lantarang paglabag sa aming mga karapatang pantao na nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. Karapatan na nagsasabi na kami ay malayang makakaalis o makakagalaw kung aming nanaisin, sapagkat wala pa namang korte o huwes na nagsasabi na ito ay hindi na maaari pang gawin. At karapatan na nagsasabi na wag muna kaming husgahan dahil hindi pa naman napapatunayan ang sala na sa amin ay binibintang. Makatarungan po ba yan, Ginoong Pangulo? At ang pangatlong pagkakataong nagkaroon ng selektibong prosekusyon laban sa amin ay ang lantarang paglabag ng ombudsman sa aming sagradong karapatan na dumaan at harapin ang kaso laban sa amin sa ilalim ng tama at angkop na proseso o tinatawag na due process. Hindi na po ako nag-asam na makakuha pa ng hustisya kay Secretary De Lima. Ngunit umasa ako na magiging patas ang ombudsman. Sinabi ko nga sa akin sarili na sana baka doon may laban pa ako. Ang mga unang pahayag ni Ombudsman Conchita Morales Carpio Morales patungkol sa kaso ay nagbigay ng munting pag-asa sa akin. Sinabi niyang masusi nilang titingnan ang mga ebidensya laban sa amin. Nagbigay pa nga siya ng 1 taon para aralin ang mga ito, considering the voluminous roomful of evidence. Track nga, sabi ni Secretary De Lima. Ngunit ang kakaunting ningas ng pag-asa na aking nadama ay mabilisang nawala dahil na din sa mga gawi at mga pahayag ni Ombudsman na nagpakita ng pagkiling laban sa amin. Nang bumalik si Ginang Ruby Tuason sa Pilipinas upang tumistigo laban sa amin, agaran siyang dinala sa tanggapan ng Ombudsman upang panumpaan ang kanyang mga salaysay na tinawag ni Secretary De Lima na slam dunk evidence. Ayan po ang larawan at kitang-kita naman ang kagalakan ng ating ombudsman. At marahil dahil sa kanyang nadamang galak nang makita niya ang abogado ni Ginang Tuason na si Attorney Dennis Manalo, nasambit ni ombudsman ang mga katagang ito. And I quote, "Now we are on the same side." Close quote. After she pointed out that Attorney Manalo's being one of the defense lawyer in the impeachment trial. Magkakampi na sila agad-agad? Hindi ba dapat walang kinikilingan ang ombudsman? This seemingly innocent statement is very much contrary to the ombudsman's avowed observance of impartiality and fair play. Nanghinga naman si ombudsman ng pahayag kung anong advice ang maaari niyang ibigay sa mga sangkot sa kaso ng PDAF. Ganito po ang kanyang sinabi.
To whoever are those involved in the PDAF controversy, they should start coming up with their defense. Because we will surely file a case if we find that probable cause exists. They should start coming out with their defense now. They should engage good lawyers if they want to be safe, to have a safe and sound suit.
For the sake of those listening, ulitin ko po ang sinabi ni Ombudswoman Conchita Carpio Morales. And I quote, "Whoever are those involved in the PDAF controversy, they should start coming up with their defense, because we will surely file a case if we find that probable cause exists. They should start coming up with their defense now. They should engage good lawyers if they want to be safe, to have a safe and sound sleep." Ginong Pangulo, Mr. President, how can this strongly worded advice inspire belief that the Ombudsman could be impartial in the conduct of its investigation? Mr. President, your guess is as good as mine. At bago pa man niyang maaral at maresolba ang aming motion for reconsideration, ganito na ang naging matapang at mayabang na pahayag ni Ombudsman nang siya ay nasa abroad at tanungin kung may sapat na ebidensya para kami po ay makonvict. Ganito naman po ang kanyang sinabi.
That's supposed to be confidential. But, given the fact that the Ombudsman has already come up with a resolution that there's probable cause to believe that a crime was committed, crimes were committed, and that the respondents are probably guilty, we have enough evidence.
And for the sake again of our listeners, I will repeat what she said, and I quote, "That's supposed to be confidential. But given the fact that the Ombudsman has already come up with a resolution that there's probable cause, we believe that the crimes were committed, that the respondents are probably guilty. We have enough evidence." Mr. President, this statement definitely exposed the prejudice and biased manner by which the Ombudsman presided over the case. At ngayon, gusto naman ni Ombudsman na magtalaga ang Korte Suprema ng 2 special division sa Sandigan Bayan para di umano'y tumutok sa kasong aming kinakaharap. I believe that what is being bruited about as the rationale for this request is speedy trial. A very, very lame excuse for such an obvious attempt to handpick the men and women who are disposed to convict us. I am very sure that what the Ombudsman really want is not for a speedy trial, but for a speedy convicting court. Matapos hubugin at paniwalain ang mga mamayan na kami ay may sala, wala nang nagulat pa nang halos sabay na maglabas ng report at resolusyon ang Blue Ribbon at ang tanggapan ng Ombudsman. Ako ay napailing na lamang sa tiniguraang well-orchestrated April Fool's Day extravaganza. The Blue Ribbon Committee Chairman released its draft, partial and unsigned PDAF investigation report noon of April 1. Kahit hindi pa nababasa ng ibang miyembro ng Blue Ribbon Committee ang nakasaad sa nasabing report, inilabas ito ni Senator Gingona sa media. Ilang minuto lamang, 18 minutes to be exact, ang lumipas. Sinundan naman ito ng presscon ng ombudsman upang ilabas ang resolusyon na nagsasabing may probable cause to indict Senators Enrile, Revilla, and Estrada for plunder. Ginoong Pangulo, wala na sana ako reklamo sa mabilis na pagresolba ng ombudsman sa aming kaso. Ngunit nang mabasa ko ang resolusyon, lumalabas na may mga ebidensyang ginamit laban sa akin na hindi po ako binigyan ng pagkakataon na kumprontahin o di man lang sagutin. Ito po ay isang malinaw na paglabag sa aking sagradong karapatan na dumaan at harapin ang kaso sa ilalim ng tama at angkop na proseso. My constitutional right to due process has been blatantly trampled upon by the Ombudsman, no less. While the Ombudsman undoubtedly has the plenary and unqualified authority to investigate and prosecute, this power is not unbridled. Thus, it should not be used to violate one's constitutional right to due process. Iniimbestigahan pa lamang ng ombudsman ang kaso laban sa akin. Ako ay humiling na bigyan ng mga kopya ng mga ebidensya, lalong-lalo na po ang mga dokumentong isinumite ng iba pang sangkot sa kaso na maaring magamit laban sa akin. Hindi po ako pinaunlakan ng ombudsman. In an order dated March 27 of this year, the ombudsman denied my request to be furnished with copies of counter affidavits of other respondents, affidavits of new witnesses, and other filings for lack of cogent basis. I would have accepted this had the ombudsman not used these very same documents I requested and which they refused to give against me. Hindi lamang mali ang ginawa ng ombudsman. Ito po ay labag sa saligang batas. Kaya naman, ang tanging lunas ay ang umakyat at humingi ng tulong sa kataas-taasang hukuman o yung ating Korte Suprema. Mukhang natauhan po si Ombudsman Morales sa aking naging hakbang dahil kinabukasan din, pagkatapos ko maghain ng petisyon sa Korte Suprema, nag-atubiling magbigay si Ombudsman ng mga hiniling kong ebidensya na ginamit niya laban sa akin. Pero hindi po maaaring sabihin nalunasan na ang kanyang pagkakamali sa pagbibigay lamang sa akin ng mga nasabing ebidensya dahil may resolusyon ng nilabas ang ombudsman at ginamit na ang mga ebidensyang yon laban sa akin. Nasa Korte Suprema na ang isyong ito at malaki po ang aking pag-asa na ako ang kakatigan dito. Tulad ng inaasahan, at ilang araw lamang matapos ang mga pahayag ni Ombudsman sa New York na malakas ang ebidensya laban sa amin, ibinasura ng Ombudsman ang aming mga musyon at nagsampa na ng information for plunder sa Sandigan Bayan. Nakakalungkot, nakakagulat, at nakakapanghinala. Paano kaya nasabi ni Ombudsman na may plunder gayong ang isang mahalagang elemento nito ay wala? Ang pagkamal na mahigit na 50 million pesos. Wala po akong ninakaw na 50 million o ni isang kusing sa kaba ng ating bayan. Ayon sa mga pahayag ni Ginang Ruby Tuason, hindi niya alam kung magkano di umano ang tinatanggap niya mula kay Mrs. Napoles at ibinibigay sa akin. Hindi ba't kahit anong pilit o paulit-ulit siyang tanungin sa pagdinig sa Senado, sinabi niyang hindi niya alam o hindi niya maalala o wala siyang maisagot sa mga tanong? Hindi niya alam o wala siyang matandaan at wala siyang maisagot dahil wala po siyang binigay o diniliber sa akin sa Senado o sa bahay o kung saan man. Ang ledger naman ni Luy, kung saan nakatala, di umano, ang mga komisyon na akin natanggap mula kay Ginang Tuason, kung ito po ay susumahin, ay hindi po aabot ng 50 million pesos. Ang iba naman nakatala sa ledger ay hearsay, sapagkat wala namang personal na kaalaman si Ben Hurloy dito. Tinala niya ang mga ito dahil inutos o sinabi daw ni Ginang Napoles. Halatang halata na pinilit upang magkaroon ng kasong plunder. Nabanggit ko na rin lang naman ang pagtestigo ni Ginang Tuason sa pagdinig sa Senado. Matatandaan na sinabi niyang minsan siya nag-deliver ng pera sa aking opisina. Mariin ko itong pinabubulaanan bilang patunay ng aking sinasabi na hindi pera, kung hindi pagkain, madalas pa nga'y sandwich ang dala ni Ginang Tuason. Narito ang isang larawan na hango sa CCTV footage report ng Senate Security. At sa dalawang report na sinupite ng Senate Security patungkol dito, wala ni isang pagkakataon na nakita si Ginang Tuason na may dalang duffel bag katulad ng kanyang pinagsasabi. Kitang-kita na po, mismo ang Senate o saan nagbigay niyan sa akin. Ginoong Pangulo, wala na pong nagaganap patungkol sa aking kasong kinaharap. Lalo na sa mga nakaraang araw, ang aking ikinagugulat pa. Katulad nga ng lagi kong sinasabi, sa simula pa lamang ng usapin patungkol sa anomalya sa PDAF, kami ay hinusgahan na sa mga paratang na sa aking hinagap ay di ko po kayang gawin. Bigo man kaming makuha ang patas na hustisya sa Blue Ribbon, sa DOJ at sa Ombudsman, malakas ang aking paninindigan na kami ay kakatigan ng patas ng kataas-taas hukuman at ng sandigan bayan. Marahil sa pagbubukas ng panibagong sesyon ng mataas na kapulungan ito sa darating na Hulyo, hindi nyo muna ako makikita dito. Sa bibihira at limitadong pagkakataon, absent po ako sa Senado. Ngayon lang siguro, the records can bear me out. Kahit kailan, simula nung naging senador ako noong 2004 hanggang ngayon, kahit may sakit po ako, pumapasok po ako rito sa Senado. Wala po akong absent. Kung sakasakali man ako ay ikulong, dun lang magre-reflect na hindi po ako makakapasok sa Senado. Sa aking pamilya, pauna sa aking mga magulang, lalong-lalo na po sa aking ama at ina, dating Pangulong Harap, dating Senadora Loy, sa panahong ito na hindi na kayo bumabata, naghahabol na akong makasama kayo. Ngunit gustuin ko mang gugulin ang aking panahon para naman hindi ko pagsisihan at hinangayangan sa huli ang mga dapat ginagawa ko habang kayo ay kasama ko. Panandalian ko pong hindi matutupad to, pero babawi ako. Dad, Ami, huwag kayong magalala, kayang-kaya ko to. Sa aking mga kapatid na si Jackie at si Jude, salamat sa walang patlang na suporta, tiwala at sa inyong hindi pag-iwan sa akin sa gitna ng laban. Sa aking may bahay na si Presi, Patawad sa mga pasakit na iyong dinaranas dahil sa mga pagsubok na ating patuloy na kinakaharap. Naway manatili kang matatag, lalong-lalo na para sa ating mga anak. At sa nalalapit natin paggunita ng ika-25 wedding anniversary natin, nais ko sana kitang iharap muli sa dambana. Ngunit dahil hindi umaayon ang pagkakataon, gagawin ko pa din na ikaw ay pakasalan kahit ako ay nasa loob ng piitan. Sa aking 4 na anak, na si Janela, Jolo, Julian at Jill, lagi ninyong tatandaan ang mga pangaral ko sa inyo. Magkaroon kayo ng takot sa Diyos, manatiling magalang at mapagpakumbaba, at huwag kayong mahiya, bagkus ipagmalaki na kayo ay isang Estrada. Ginoong Pangulo, minsan nang nangyari sa akin ito, pero napatunayan ko na wala po akong kasalanan. At sa pagkakataong ito ay papatunayan kong muli na walang basihan ang mga bintang na ipinaako nila sa akin. Magtagumpay man silang maipakulong ako, masunod man ang kanilang gusto na mawala ako sa kanilang dinaraanan, pero ang aking prinsipyo at paninindigan kailanman ay hindi nila makukuha sa akin. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, nagsisimula pa lamang. Hindi ko po pababayang wasakin ng mga mapanghusgang binabato sa akin ngayon ang malaking respeto at tiwala na ipinagkaloob nyo sa akin ng maraming ulit na. Patutunayan ko po sa inyo na hindi po ako nagkulang at lalong hindi nagmalabis sa posisyon na kayo mismo ang pumili para sa akin. Sa mga taong hindi masaya sa pagtupad ko sa aking tungkulin bilang isang mambabatas, hindi kayo ang magiging dahilan ng aking pagsuko. Tutuparin ko pa rin ang aking pangako sa ating mga kababayan na sila ang palaging una sa aking paglilingkod, may rehas mang nakaharang o wala. Milyong-milyong Pilipino ang nagbigay sa akin ng tiwala, kaya ako po ay nasa Senado. Hindi po ako pinili at niluklok lamang ng iilan. Ang malaking bilang ng aking mga kababayan ang patuloy kong magiging inspirasyon sa pakikipaglaban hanggang sa dumating ang panahon na malinis ko muli ang aking pangalan na pinutikan ng mga taong mas unang dapat manalamin upang makita ang mga dungis sa kanilang mga muka. Bilang panghuli, Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko pong ipakadiin sa inyo, sa aking mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po sa aking mga mahal na masang Pilipino. Hindi po ako magnanakaw. Alam ko kung ano ang nararapat para sa akin at kung ano ang halagang dapat pakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan. Pansamantala kong babakantihin ang aking upuan nang nakataas ang aking noo. Buo ang loob at buo ang integridad, prinsipyo at pangalan, dahil wala akong salaping pinakailaman sa kaban ng ating mahal na bayan. Lalaban ako sa legal na proseso. Hindi ko po ito uupuan lang. Yayakapin ko ang hustisya, hindi lamang para sa aking pamilya, ngunit ang higit sa lahat, para sa ating mga kababayang masang Pilipino na umaasa at naniniwala pa din na ang bansang ito ay mapapagkatiwalaan at may pagmamalaki. Marami pong salamat sa inyong pakinig at pagpapaunlak.
Marami pong salamat. Thank you very much, Senator Jingo Estrada. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Senator Jingo Estrada to the Committee on Rules.
So referred.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute
1
suspension?
minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt. Mr. President, we are in receipt of Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions for Senate Bill number 2159 and House Bill number 3984 on foreign banks. Copies of the report have been distributed to the senators. Mr. President, with the consent of the Senate, may I move that we consider the aforesaid committee report.
The consideration of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2159 and House Bill 3984 is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Serge Osmeña, to present the bicameral conference committee report.
Senator Osmeña is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, every member has been furnished a copy of the conference committee report, and I move that this report be considered read into the record. I also have a joint explanation of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2159 and House Bill 3984. And I am prepared to read the changes. The BICAM Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2159 and 3984, after having met and having fully discussed the said provisions, hereby report to their respective houses the following. Since both Senate and House versions are substantially identical, the conferees agreed to use both versions as their working drafts. Section 1 of both the Senate and House versions were adopted as Section 1 in the reconciled version. Different portions of Section 2 of both the House and Senate versions were adopted as Section 2 in the reconciled versions as follows. A. The phrase "in its country of origin" was adopted from the Senate version in order to specify where a foreign bank should be publicly listed and widely owned. B. It was mutually agreed upon that the 70% control of the banking system's resources be reduced to 60%. Next, Section 3 of both versions were identical and therefore adopted as Section 3 in the reconciled bill. Section 4 likewise adopted as Section 4 of the reconciled bill. Section 5 of the Senate version was adopted as Section 5 of the reconciled bill. Section 7 of the Senate version and Section 6 of the House version were adopted as Section 6 of the reconciled bill. Section 8 of the Senate version was adopted as Section 7. Section 10 of the Senate version and Section 8 of the House version were both adopted as Section 8 of the reconciled bill. Section 9 of the House version was adopted as Section 9 of the reconciled bill. Section 10 of the House version was adopted as Section 10 of the reconciled bill. Section 11 of the House version was adopted as Section 11 of the reconciled bill. The title was hereby adopted, an act allowing the full entry of foreign banks in the Philippines, amending for the purpose Republic Act 7721. And I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Osmeña, the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2159 and House Bill number 3984.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2159 and House Bill 3984 is hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 27 and House Bill number 4590 on picture-based health warning. Copies of the report have been distributed to the senators. Mr. President, with the consent of our colleagues of the Senate, I move that we consider the aforesaid Conference Committee report.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 27 and House Bill 4590 is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, to present and report on the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to submit the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
Mr. President, it is my pleasure to report back to the body that after 7 long years, the bill mandating graphic health warnings on tobacco products is on its way to enactment following the approval of the reconciled version by the Bicameral Conference Committee in a meeting held yesterday. I move that the detailed joint explanation be read into the record, but with the approval of the body, I would like to highlight certain amendments adopted and the reasons or clarifications for the same.
Please proceed.
These are the highlights, Mr. President. Number 1, graphic health warning. The requirement for the graphic health warnings are as follows. A, it shall cover 50% of the principal display surface of any tobacco package without the use of any borders or frames, which will effectively lessen the size of the warning. B, it shall be at the bottom portion of the package, but this is without prejudice to a provision in the law which prohibits the obstruction of the graphic health warning whenever the package is commercially displayed. C, the printing shall be in 4 colors using current technology with the end in view of ensuring that the graphic warnings are vivid and contrast with the background of the package or the logo. D, the warning is required for all packets and packages of tobacco products and any outside packaging and labeling. However, upon the request of the House and some of our colleagues here, we have agreed that for master cases, the warning shall be textual, but of equal prominence and visibility as the logo or trademark of tobacco companies. E, a text warning describing the graphic warning shall occupy 20% of the entire area of the graphic health warning and shall be printed in Filipino on the front panel and English on the back panel. 2, descriptors. We have adopted the Senate version, which not only disallow terms such as low tar, light, mild, or extra, but also prohibit the use of numbers. Further, the Senate version initially included a paragraph that prohibits tobacco product packages from including information that may imply that a variant or brand is healthier, less harmful, or safer, such as statements that contain reduced levels of content, substances, and emission. Use of figures for emission yields was also prohibited in the Senate version. However, the House has requested that this be deleted. Inasmuch as I wanted to preserve the Senate version, I submit that the first paragraph that still exists in the reconciled version is broad enough to prohibit claims that a tobacco product or variant thereof is healthier, safer, or less harmful. I would also like to put on record that in both versions, the use of colors is not prohibited. This is to manifest and make it clear that colors should not be used to distinguish one brand or variant as healthier, safer, or less harmful than the other. 3. Timeline. The implementation of the law will follow the following timeline. A. Within 30 days from the effectivity of the Act, the DOH shall issue a maximum of 12 templates, which shall be printed simultaneously and rotated periodically for each brand family and also for each variant, such that every 24 months, the variations of the warnings shall appear in the market with approximately equal frequency and equal displays of health warnings and messages on retail packages. Each set of templates is valid for 2 years, but within a year from issuance of the initial set of template, the DOH shall issue the second set to give the tobacco companies 1 year to comply with the new set of templates. B. 1 year after the issuance of the templates by the DOH, manufacturers and importers are mandated to comply with the law and ensuring that all withdrawals and importations into the country shall bear the graphic health warnings. After compliance by the manufacturers and importers, retailers and sellers are given 8 months to exhaust their products already in the market. 4. Implementing agencies. Mr. President, it is the stand of the Senate that this being a health measure, it is the DOH that should be the lead agency in the implementation of this act. This is contrary to the House version, which gives such mandate to the Interagency Committee on Tobacco, otherwise known as IAC, which is chaired by the Department of Trade and Industry. To be able to have a law approved by both houses, the bicameral conferees agreed to divide the mandates among the following agencies, to wit: A. The DOH is mandated to issue the templates. B. The BIR, which affixes tax stamps on all cigarette packs withdrawn and imported, is mandated to ensure that no stamps are affixed on non-compliant products. C. The IAC is mandated to monitor compliance with the law and institute appropriate actions for any violation of the law. D. The DTI shall hear complaints filed by the IAC or any private citizen, corporation, or organization and shall impose a fine of not more than 2 million pesos. The fines imposed will be used for health promotion campaigns on tobacco control of the DOH and the Department of Education. The DepEd is mandated to use the graphic health warnings to educate children on the ill effects of tobacco and to integrate this in relevant subjects under the K-12 curriculum. F. The implementing rules and regulations are to be drafted by an IRR committee led by the DOH and DTI with the DOJ, DOF, DNR, DepEd, DOST, NTA, and DA as members thereof. Stakeholders like the NGOs, farmers, and representatives of the industry are to be consulted in public forums to be conducted in the process. Mr. President, the Philippines ratified WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, or the FCTC, which entered into force in 2005. Under Article 5.3, the Philippines has the obligation to protect the setting and implementation of its policies with respect to tobacco control from the commercial and other vested interests of the tobacco industry based on the fundamental and irreconcilable conflict between the tobacco industry's interests and public health policy interests. This is the reason why the Senate did not agree to the proposal of the House for the IAC to implement the law, given that one of its members is the Philippine Tobacco Institute, which is the representative of the industry. However, we have agreed to allow the industry representative to be consulted in the drafting of the IRR based on Joint Memorandum Circular Number 2010-01 of the DOH and the Civil Service Commission, which allows public officials and employees to interact with the tobacco industry only when strictly necessary for the latter's effective regulation, supervision, or control. 5. Penalties. Criminal and administrative penalties are imposed in the law. A. The criminal penalties are: I. For manufacturers, importers, and distributors. 1. A fine of not more than 500,000 pesos on the first offense. 2, a fine of not more than 1 million pesos on the second offense, and 3, a fine of not more than 2 million pesos or imprisonment of not more than 5 years or both on the third offense, and the further revocation or cancellation of the business permits and licenses in case of a business entity or establishment. I. For retailers and sellers, 1, a fine of not more than 10,000 pesos on the first offense, 2, a fine of not more than 50,000 pesos on the second offense, 3, a fine of not more than 100,000 pesos or imprisonment of not more than 1 year or both on the third offense, and the further revocation or cancellation of the business permits and licenses in case of a business entity or establishment. B, a fine of not more than 2 million pesos is imposed for administrative cases. In all cases, the imposition of the fine shall take into consideration the annual gross sales, capital investment, and employee size of the manufacturers, importers, and distributors, and in the case of retailers and sellers, their total assets. 6. Oversight Committee. An oversight committee headed by the Senate Committee on Health and Demography and the House Committee on Health is created to monitor the implementation of the law. 7. Title. We have adopted the long title of the Senate, which is an act to effectively instill health consciousness through graphic health warnings on tobacco products. As I've repeatedly emphasized, Mr. President, this is a health measure. Though some of the mandates under the law are given to other government agencies, again, I emphasize that this does not change the authority of the Department of Health over tobacco products, especially in the health aspect. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the body for being one with me in pushing for this law, which seeks to protect the health of the people, especially our youth, against the health hazard that come with smoking. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt Conference Committee Report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 27 and House Bill number 4590 on picture-based health warning.
And make of record as read the joint explanation of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill 27 and House Bill 4590, copies of which were earlier distributed to the senators in the chamber. So with that, is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? Hearing none, the bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill 27 and House Bill 4990 after 7 years of struggle is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, a manifestation.
Yes.
We also received word before I delivered the report that the lower house has also ratified the same bicameral conference committee report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we are in receipt of Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill number 2211 and House Bill number 4082 on the Lemon Law. Copies of this report have been distributed to all senators. Mr. President, with the consent of the Senate, I move that we consider the aforesaid Conference Committee report.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Bam Aquino, to present the bicameral Conference Committee report.
Senator Aquino is recognized to present the bicameral Conference Committee report.
Mr. President, for the information of the body, the House has approved and ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2211, entitled An Act Strengthening Consumer Protection of Brand New Motor Vehicles and for Other Purposes, and House Bill number 4082, entitled An Act Strengthening Consumer Protection in the Purchase of Brand New Vehicles. I have the honor to submit a copy of the Conference Committee report with a joint explanation on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2211 and House Bill number 4082 as my sponsorship speech, and considered it read in toto into the records.
Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve the said Conference Committee report.
Any objection? Hearing none, the bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2211 and House Bill 4082 is hereby approved, and the joint explanation of that bicameral Conference Committee report as distributed to the Chamber earlier by the sponsor is hereby made part of the record. Approved.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. President, may I also make a manifestation?
Please proceed.
This has also, for the information of the body, Mr. President, this has also been ratified by the House. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Aquino, and congratulations on your first law. Yes, Majority Leader.
And we will make sure it's not a lemon, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
1 minute suspension.
Sabi siguro ni Donaire, mas matagal pa yung last fight ko, mas matagal ba ito kaysa sa last fight?
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the Senate, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 688, taking into consideration Senate Resolution 689 and 692.
We have 1 minute suspension. Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I repeat my motion, Mr. President, that with the consent of the Senate, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 688, taking into consideration Senate Resolution 689 and 692.
Any objection? With the provision with the Chamber, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, may we request the Secretary to read the title and the text of the said measure?
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
PS Resolution number 688. Resolution congratulating Nonito Donaire Jr. for winning the May 31, 2014 World Boxing Association Featherweight Championship title at the Cotai Arena of the Venetian Resort in Macau. Whereas the 31-year-old Nonito the Flash, the Filipino Flash Donaire Jr. triumphed over South African boxer Simpiwe Vetieka, claiming the WBA featherweight title on May 31, 2014 in Macau. Whereas Nonito Donaire Jr. with a record of 33-2, 22 knockouts, won by technical decision with 3 judges scoring 49-46 in the 5th round when the bout was stopped due to a cut in his left eyebrow caused by an accidental headbutt. Whereas Nonito Donaire Jr. fiercely continued to fight until the 5th round despite the serious injury he sustained during the 1st round. Whereas according to the WBA rules, if a boxer is accidentally injured and as a result the referee determines that he cannot continue fighting in that or later rounds, the result of the fight shall be determined by the judges' scorecards as long as 4 rounds have been completed. The fighter ahead on the scorecard shall be declared the winner by technical decision. Whereas Nonito Donaire Jr. has won 5 world titles in 4 weight divisions. Whereas Nonito Donaire Jr. was named World Boxing Hall of Fame Most Outstanding Boxer of the Year in 2007. Whereas Nonito Donaire has been victorious in 4 boxing weight divisions, which include NABF SFL title 2006, IBF FL World title 2007, WBA Interim SFL World title 2009, WBC Continental Americas Bantamweight title 2010, WBC WBO Bantamweight World titles 2011, WBO JF World title 2012, WBC SB Diamond Belt 2012. Whereas Nonito Donaire Jr.'s countless achievements, distinct ability, and tenacity inspire Filipinos all over the world and give our country worldwide recognition in the sport of boxing. Resolved, as it is hereby resolved by the Senate of the Philippines, to congratulate Nonito Donaire Jr. for winning the May 31, 2014 WBA featherweight title at the Kotay Arena of the Venetian Resort in Macau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Angara to deliver a co-sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader. It's an honor for me to sponsor Senate Resolution number 692. As chair of your Senate Committee on Games, Amusements, and Sports, and as an avid boxing fan, allow me to rise to pay homage once again to a man whose achievements are well known, especially to a boxing-loving country like ours. The world saw his win against Betieka for the World Boxing Association featherweight title this last May, but this is just his most recent victory, which has, among many victories, which has brought pride and joy to the nation. He first grabbed world attention in 2007 when he beat then undefeated Vic Darchinyan to garner the International Boxing Federation IBF and the International Boxing Organization flyweight world titles. Ring Magazine dubbed this fight 2007's Knockout of the Year and Upset of the Year. He victoriously defended his title against Luis Maldonado in December 2007, Moruti Mtalane in 2008, and Raul Martinez in 2009. After his third successful title defense, Ring Magazine ranked him number 7 in its pound-for-pound rankings of great boxers, bringing glory to our country. He jumped up to the bantamweight division in 2010, where he beat Vladimir Sidorenko for the World Boxing Council Continental Americas bantamweight title. This then paved the way for him to beat Fernando Montiel for the WBC and WBO bantamweight world titles. With this victory, he became the second Filipino, only the second Filipino, and the third Asian to become world champion in 3 different weight divisions. In 2012, he stepped up and entered the super bantamweight division, beating Wilfredo Vasquez Jr., and because of this win, he joins Manny Pacquiao in becoming not only the only Filipinos but also the only Asians, Mr. President, to hold championship titles in 4 weight divisions. He did not stop there. He has moved up to the featherweight division again since November 2013, and even with a shoulder injury, he emerged victorious again against Darchinyan. Mr. President, napapanahon na nakilalanin at parangalin natin ang isang kampyon na talagang pwedeng ipagmalaki ng ating bansa. Truly, a world-class Filipino we can all be proud of. Nonito Donaire Jr., the Filipino Flash.
Thank you, Senator Angara. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, it is my honor to move that we approve proposed resolution number 688, which honors Taguig City's adopted son and the pride of the Philippines, subject to style, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution number 688 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, although many in this hall are tired of political boxing, we are all fans of Nonito Donaire and wish to be co-authors of the resolution honoring him.
All the members of the chamber present are hereby considered as co-authors.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, not to box with him, but to take a picture for photo ops with Mr. Nonito Donaire. A minute suspension.
1 minute suspension. O, lisiyan mo na ito. You have boxing gloves for gimmick during the campaign. Okay.
sa ano po, sa lawas.
let's do the marami ba?
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2046 and House Bill number 4595, the Negosyo bill. The status, Mr. President, was that our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Recto, was propounding questions to the sponsor, Senator Bam Aquino.
Consideration of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2046 and House Bill 4595 is in order. The sponsor of the measure and head of the Bicameral Conference Committee contingent of the Senate, Senator Bam Aquino, is recognized, and Senator Ralph Recto, raising questions on the Conference Committee report, is also recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Mr. President, I do not intend to take too much time of the plenary. I just wanted to put on record some of my observations and the response of the chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry to find out what were the reasons for the deletion of certain provisions found in the Senate committee report. No? So we were discussing Section 3. There are only a few sections I intend to discuss with regard to the Conference Committee report, Mr. President. So going back to Section 3 again, I mentioned that the reason for this section, as approved by the Senate before, was to codify. First reason, to make it easier for those implementing the law and for those who are interested in the law to understand precisely how this will help them. And in the same section also, we proposed in effect an amendment in one definition for micro enterprises, no? Because essentially we did not also touch small and medium enterprises, no? From 3 million to 5 million. And just to recall the answer of the gentleman earlier, what were the reasons for the deletion? I think the response earlier was that the DTI.
Yes, Mr. President, let me state it again for the record.
Okay.
First of all, Mr. President, the comment of the good gentleman from Batangas regarding codification is well noted. Thank you for that, Mr. President. But regarding the definitions, again, the main implementing agency expressed reservation in terms of changing the definitions for micro and small enterprise. In fact, Mr. President, I would like to put on the record the letter that we received from DTI stating their reservation on the change of definition. And if you wish, Mr. President, I can read the pertinent paragraphs, but if not, we will just put this on the record.
Yeah, it's fine that we put that on the record, and that's precisely what I want to accomplish here. But let me find out from your understanding or the understanding of the DTI, what is the downside, for example, of increasing the threshold from 3 million to 5 million? Is there a downside or is it an upside? And for the same reason, if we keep it at 3 million, what is the upside or the downside? Meaning to say, by increasing the threshold, would this be of help to micro enterprises, or will it be more difficult, or rather, by increasing the threshold, would it mean then that more micro enterprises could avail of incentives and benefits under this law and under existing law?
Mr. President.
What is the downside
Yes,
of increasing the threshold?
Mr. President, first of all, in the letter of DTI, they had stated that currently in the ASEAN, we already have the highest asset size limit for microenterprises compared to all of the other countries. And that in itself was already a reservation on their part to increase the limits. Secondly, Mr. President, I think there was a developmental question on their part, which is that true microenterprises require a specific type of intervention. And if we increase the limit, in effect, we are actually mixing the true microenterprise and those that are already on the small enterprise level. And since, Mr. President, right now the interventions are quite specific for micro, for small, for medium, I think in that sense there was reservation on their part to change the definition. But again, Mr. President, I am with you in looking again at this definition. And if the gentleman from Batangas would agree, we can definitely go into another bill and just have that as the main subject, which is to again revisit. DTI also, Mr. President, eventually even suggested that we change asset size altogether as the basis and make it number of employees. So in short, Mr. President, there wasn't really a consensus in terms of the House, the implementing agencies, and the Senate with regard to this definition. So we opted, Mr. President, to just follow the House version and leave this as is, since anyway, Mr. President, that definition is already in our current landmark laws for microenterprises.
Again, Mr. President, in our Senate version, we did not touch the definition on micro, small, medium with regard to employees. Only the threshold.
Yes, Mr. President. What I said was DTI, in fact, at some point, had even suggested that we scrap asset size altogether and go for a number of employees. But, Mr. President, we felt that this is a big decision, that maybe can be a subject of another bill which will have the right hearings and the right to public discussion.
That is precisely why I filed these measures, and it was taken into consideration during the committee deliberations, if I'm not mistaken. Because in the original committee report, it says there that I am one of the authors, precisely of our common interest to assist and to advocate for micro, small, and medium enterprises. And, well, I thank the gentleman for the work that he's put into the bill and to the committee report and to the bicameral conference committee report. And I thank him for his response with regard to it was a good idea to codify.
Yes, Mr. President, definitely.
But unfortunately, because there was only one BICAM hearing, that this issue of codification was not given much importance or attention. Now, let me move on. I will not belabor the issue on Section 3. But let me state again that, in fact, in Section 3, I have a provision here found in the Senate committee version that allows the council to redefine moving forward the definition of micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Mr. President,
using the consumer price index if necessary, so on and so forth.
That is definitely a great idea, Mr. President.
No, it is in the original Senate
But again,
version.
Mr. President, we opted to follow the suggestion of DTI.
No, but precisely, that is the point. We are allowing them in the Senate version to amend the classification moving forward. To also, the council may use other variables such as number of employees, equity, capital, and asset size. It is found in the Senate version what they were actually requesting for as well. Now, I will not belabor the issue on this. Let me move on to make more important points, Mr. President. Let me move on to a very important section. Incentives and benefits. That is the core of this legislation. Section 7, incentives and benefits. Found in the Senate version, there is none in the House version. Okay? The Senate version's incentives and benefits were deleted. In totality, Mr. President. In fact, there is no mention nor codification in this committee in the conference committee report on incentives and benefits. Now, we wanted to codify it as well and improve incentives and benefits. Again, I've explained already the importance of codification, especially knowing that there are so many existing laws that have been amended and amended throughout the years for both micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, that is an issue of form. Let me get to the substance. What are the incentives and benefits as proposed, Mr. President? First, micro enterprises have income tax exemptions.
Mr. President, are you
Yes.
stating or are you asking why we took out the incentives?
Yes. I'm saying that found in the Senate version, maliwanag, we codified it as well. What are they?
Mr. President,
Yeah, I'm
these
mentioning
are,
it. I'm not
sorry,
asking
yes,
the
go
question
ahead.
yet.
Go ahead.
One, maliwanag dito, meron income tax exemptions. That is found in existing law. And other exemption from the coverage of minimum wage law. That is found in existing law as well. Now, we added another incentive precisely para magkaroon ng job generation. You will recall that when we discussed this here in the floor last year, the problem was inclusive growth, which continues till today, and the problem of unemployment, so on and so forth, Mr. Jobless growth, so on and so forth, Mr. President. And that's why we put these provisions here. If an MSME, for example, were to hire an employee, he gets an additional incentive, a tax break, so to speak, pag nag-hire siya ng employee, halimbawa. No? Now, I can understand the position of the chair here. If, for example, the Department of Finance really has grave reservations on this issue, pwede kong ibigay naman to, hindi problema eh. And I told the chairman that. No? But having said that, let me put on record as well, the reason why barangay micro business enterprises in this country has not been able to take off is precisely because of the DOF and the BIR. They've issued regulations way back in 2004 making it difficult, circumventing the law that Congress has passed. Na mas mahal pa yung compliance kaysa ng tax incentive na ibibigay. Pinahihirapan yung maliliit na negosyante. That is the core problem. And that's why we tried to address that also in our version here. Now, in this consolidated version, none of these issues are being addressed. At ang pinag-uusapan lang natin dito, barangay micro enterprises. Ganong kakapal yung regulations na inisyu ng BIR para hindi ma-implement ang batas na ito. And that's why we filed all these bills. And even the chairman of the committee agrees with this observation. And that is why it would have been better if these issues were also debated in the bicameral conference committee.
Mr. President, may I
Yes.
respond? First of all, as you know, I share your view that the DOF and BIR have actually stopped the adoption of the BMBE because of tough regulation. But may I clarify, Mr. President, that indeed there was a change that is in the law, and that is to transfer from the BIR and the local treasurer the authority to give a certificate of authority which will allow you to be a BMBE to the DTI and to the Negosyo Center.
I will get to that, Mr. President, because the way it is written, we will ask clarifications later on. And
Mr.
the way
President,
it is written...
may I finish my statement?
Yes.
So in effect, Mr. President, the whole goal, which was to increase the already generous incentives for micro enterprises, is hoped to be reached by the reform which was put in, which is transferring that authority to DTI, which again, Mr. President, went through a lot of deliberation with the agency, and they themselves said that that provision of authority to declare one a BMBE is best done with DTI, as it does know the market better.
Okay.
In effect, Mr. President, may I finish?
Let me respond to...
So in effect, Mr. President, that concern was indeed addressed already through the reforms in the law. Now, Mr. President, with regard to
Let me respond to that point first, Mr. President. I am yet to get to that section. I am not even in that section yet, and I will prove that that is not the case. Now, at least I know that is the intent of the sponsor of this.
Yes, Mr. President.
So we can, I don't know if this is the proper time to be able to assist him to provide for that objective. But, you know, the point I'm raising that I was raising earlier is that the DOF is again making it difficult for us to be able to provide incentives and benefits. That is the point only as far as this section is concerned that I'm trying to drive at, to provide micro enterprises, and not only micro enterprises, but in this section covers small and medium. Remember, this is the heart of the matter, incentives and benefits. Now, there is another new incentive here that we proposed, found in the Senate version, which is exemption from value-added taxes. Today, micro enterprises, small and medium, are exempt to up to 2 million pesos. And why is that? We passed this law in 2004 when the Senate President was also the Senate President in the VAT law. 2 million pesos, you do not have to register as a VAT registered entity. Precisely para sa mga maliliit. Okay? 10 years thereafter, we propose to improve that to 3 million. It is also good for the BIR because why will they concern themselves with the small micro enterprises? Pareho din ang gastos nila to look into the small micro enterprises than for them to just concentrate on the bigger boys, so to speak. Those whose gross sales a year is beyond 3 million, so on and so forth. No? Now, again, let me ask a question. Was this adequately discussed during the bicameral conference committee? Because this was discussed here in the Senate. The chairman of the committee accepted this because of we know the benefit it will provide to micro, small, and medium enterprises, unanimously taken by the Senate, and deleted in the bicameral conference committee altogether. So I want to know, what was the reason for the deletion?
Mr. President.
Hindi ba ito makakatulong sa micro, small, medium enterprises?
Mr. President, with
what
regard
is the
to
downside of doing this?
Of course, Mr. President, the DOF declared their opposition to this. In fact, I'd like to put on the record the letter that they sent regarding how much revenue loss there would be. But Mr. President,
so
maybe
how
not
much
to,
revenue loss, if there is any?
Mr. President, 23.9 billion for VAT. GRT is 12.1 billion. There's a 2.5 billion here for the jobs.
Now,
for VAT, Mr. President.
Did you clarify from the DOF that loss, so-called loss, what they're speaking of, is what? The 3 million or the increase from 2 to 3? Is there any documents that can tell us or show us that that is the case?
Mr. President, let me refer you to the letter, and it will put it on the record for your perusal. Mr.
And
President,
when was this letter given, Mr.
March
Senator?
4, Mr. President. This was given on March 4.
March 4.
March 4
When
of this
did
year.
we pass this
March
bill?
4 of this year?
2014, Mr. President.
2014. When did we pass this bill?
February 25, Mr. President.
February 25. Okay.
February 24, actually, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President, if you may allow me to respond to some of these questions. First of all, Mr. President, definitely the added exemptions that were put in can definitely help our small and medium enterprise. And I'd like to note that that is true. But Mr. President, I'd also like to make clear to the body that the incentives for micro enterprises are still kept, and that is still law. So in effect, there were no changes in terms of the incentives for micro enterprises. And in fact, Mr. President, with the new system of certifying BMBEs, we're expecting that this availment will go from 2% to a much higher number. Right now it's 2% in the last 12 years.
And
so, Mr. President, the the concern of the good gentleman from Batangas is definitely well noted. And Mr. President, I invite him to join me as we implement this, as we have our oversight function on the implementation of this law to make sure that indeed the incentives are met, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we will get to that. But then again, it would have been better if we kept these provisions and to codify it, which we tried to do, and if at all, kung ayaw nyo, di ibalik tala sa 2 million, hindi na 3.
We've noted the query on codification, Mr. President, as a good suggestion.
Yes, again on this, because it will be confusing. How many laws do we have on definitions, on incentives?
We have 3, Mr. President.
On micro, not only 3, but amending previous laws. So if you were to read all of them,
Mr. President,
what was amended by what was amended by what was amended?
The 3 prevailing laws, Mr. President, are the BMBE Act, the Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, and hopefully the Go Negosyo Bill as well, Mr. President.
Let me reiterate. Those laws amended other laws as well. And that's why there is a need for codification. But let me move on, Mr. President. No? There was also a suggestion in our report, the Senate version, encouraging LGUs to reduce local taxes and fees. That is no longer found. Huh?
That is still law, Mr. President. That is in the Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises.
Correct. So there was no reason to take it off nga. That's my point.
Yes, Mr. President. Regarding codification, we've agreed that that was a good suggestion.
Okay. Now let me move on. Another very important, because when you delete it, it appears also, especially in this section, that we may not be interested in providing some of these benefits, especially this section, Mr. President. Section 8, financing for MSMEs. Okay? What is this provision all about? So I'd like to find out, bakit tinanggal naman to? What does this provision talk? What is this all about?
Mr. President,
this is another incentive for MSMEs. Halimbawa, under existing laws, under Republic Act 9501, Magna Carta for MSMEs, enacted in 2008, 10 years after the Act's effectivity, all lending institutions are required to set aside 8% of their total loan portfolio for micro and small enterprise and 2% of their total loan portfolio for medium enterprises. So may 10-year period yan from 2008 to 2018. Okay? Under existing law. Okay, now, in this, in the Senate version, which is not found in the House, we put here all GFIs in Section 8. Government, hindi private banks, Kasi, I'm of the belief as well na mahirap pakialaman naman yung private banks na you're mandating them to lend to whatever sector of society. But I'm not against that existing law because that is already in place. And it lapses in 2018. Now, under our Senate version here, found in my original bill as well, the identified GFIs, Land Bank of the Philippines, Development Bank of the Philippines, Small Business Corporation, People's Credit and Finance Corporation, are instructed in effect and given incentives to lend to micro, small, medium enterprises. Okay? And they're given incentives. Some are found in existing laws such as, para may incentive naman. Unang-una, isipin natin ito. These are government banks. Bakit tayo may government bank? Meron tayong government bank kasi kung yung pribado hindi magpapautang sa certain sectors of society, meron tayong tinayong mga bangko like Land Bank, dapat yan sa magsasaka. DBP, halimbawa, sa mga maliliit na negosyante at mga LGU, halimbawa. Meron mechanism because there's a failure of the market that the government will try to intervene and to assist micro, small, medium enterprises, so on and so forth, without distortions. Kasi under existing law, may distortion. Pinakikialaman mo yung pribadong bangko eh. Ha? But I'm not against that because that's existing law. So here what we said, trabaho naman ng gobyerno yan eh. Nang sa ganun, the government bank should not be competing with the private banks. Lahat tayo pautang sa malalaking negosyante. Eh, trabaho na yun ng pribadong bangko eh. Yung trabaho ng government banks naman, sino magpapautang sa magsasaka? Eh di yan, trabaho yan ng land bank. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit create yan. DBP, halimbawa, para sa maliliit na negosyante, o di kaya sa mga LGU, and maybe some pioneering projects in the past. Huh? So, we put all of these provisions. At the same time, providing incentive na pag nagpautang sila sa mga maliliit na to, meron silang tax deductible pa para may incentive sila. At the same time, you want to breed, that's the idea. You want to breed government financial institutions na magkaroon sila ng, what do you call this, kakayahan, kagalingan to be able to do this activity. So that's why we inserted this, and it was accepted and voted upon unanimously by the Senate. Binawasan pa natin yung gross receipts tax on the banks who will lend, and these are government banks. We even provided a guarantee, credit guarantee system using the government's guarantee corporations. Now, all of these have been deleted. Ano yung natira sa bill? I will get to that later on. So, in effect, all the incentives were deleted, particularly this credit. So, ano ba yung una na pinag-usapan natin dito? Definition. Sino ba ang micro, small, medium enterprises? By defining them, you determine who are eligible. Ano yung pangalawa? Incentives and benefits like tax exemptions. Ano yung pangatlo? Credit assistance. Tinanggal din yung credit assistance. And then Section 9. I mentioned earlier, existing law, whether private or public, 8% for micro enterprises, 2% for medium enterprises. Here we put here, gobyerno to, at least 30% of total loanable funds. Ngayon, kung pinag-usapan sa Bicameral Conference Committee naman itong section na to, siguro ang debate should have been, okay, kung hindi pwede yung 30 at masyado mataas, let us prepare them to do it little by little. Nag-uumpisa tayo sa 10 eh. Do we keep it at 10? Or do we improve on it 15%? Or 20? I mean, it's a negotiation with the government financial institutions, with the Department of Finance, with their colleagues. Hindi yung surrender tayo sa Department of Finance na sila ang pangunahing dahilan kung bakit hindi nga ma-implement ang mga batas na to eh. Sa dami ng regulations na ginawa. Okay, so may I know for the record, bakit tinanggal yung Section 8, financing for MSMEs, using government financial institutions, using the Credit Guarantee Corporation, and Section 9, yung mandatory allocation of credit, using government financial institutions.
Thank you for the question, Mr. President. Again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, no, a lot of these new incentives, Mr. President, were objected to by the DOF.
Again, they are not new,
Mr. President, some of these are new. The
yes,
GRT, Mr. President, is new.
No, the GRT is already found in existing law. For micro enterprises, we're extending it also to small.
Exactly, Mr. President. So when you extend the sector, there are new incentives.
Okay.
So, Mr. President, no,
but again, that's precisely the point.
Yeah, if I may respond, Mr. President, you asked me a question.
Yeah, and government institutions particularly.
Yes, Mr. President, we did receive this letter from DOF asking us that they will object to new incentives, Mr. President. First of all. Secondly, Mr. President, changing the mandatory allocation has always been objected to by the SP. We also know, Mr. President, that the current laws, we haven't
Mr.
even...
President, they are not the representatives of the people.
Mr. President.
Yes, we ask them for their opinion, that's fine. But hindi porke sinabi nila laging ganyan, wala na tayong debate with them. Or how do we improve?
Exactly, Mr. President. No? But again, the subject of the Go Negosyo bill, contrary to what you had said, Mr. President, it's not just about the incentives. It is setting up the infrastructure, the manpower to help our micro, small, and medium enterprises, the ease of doing business, the mentorship, the training programs, the market linkages. These are all the benefits of the Go Negosyo bill, Mr. President. Now, I understand that there were some incentives that we had put in as amendments. There was an opposition. This was not found in the House version. So, Mr. President, at the end, we, of course, yielded to the request of DOF that we don't include new incentives. Now, Mr. President, if you look at the current incentives, we haven't even maxed that out. And if you look, Mr. President, at the amount of incentives that are currently law, but which are currently given to MSMEs, we haven't even reached the limit of that. So I think, Mr. President, one prudent way is through the current law, which you're also author to, we try to maximize what is already currently in the law, Mr. President, which are already quite generous for micro enterprises. But, Mr. President, I thank you for all of these suggestions and all of these comments. But again, Mr. President, pertaining to questions on incentives, so I'll be answering the same question, which is that we yielded to the request of DOF not to include new tax incentives in a bill which is primarily made for the development of the MSME sector. No? But, Mr. President, again, if you wish to tackle incentives, we both have similar bills in terms of adjusting income tax. I have a bill which exempts startup businesses. But the subject of those bills, Mr. President, are specifically tax incentives. And, of course, I welcome, Mr. President, that I welcome our working together on those bills, which specifically talk about tax. But, again, Mr. President, if you look at the rest of the provisions here, the development, the support, all of these things, I think, Mr. President, is also beyond the incentives, the new incentives that have been proposed.
Yeah. Remember, Mr. President, ang tinatanong ko dito is, bakit na-delete? What is the rationale for the deletion? Okay, in many of the issues here, no? Now, the standard reply, and I accept the reply, na ayaw ng DOF. Okay, understood. Let that be part of the record, Mr. President. But I do not see any downside. In fact, mostly upside if we kept this. And let me remind that this is the version of the Senate which was accepted by the chairman, voted unanimously by all the members on every single individual amendment. And it doesn't appear to me that during the bicameral conference committee, based on the records, that any of these were debated. Now, let me go to the final point to close my clarifications on this measure. And this is the point that the gentleman mentioned earlier with regard to the establishment of negosyo centers. Ito na lang yung natira nawala na lahat This is the only one left in the conference committee report, the creation of these negosyo centers. Now, what does it say in a nutshell, Mr. President? And I'm not here to delay the passage of the bill. I just want to put things on the record because, just like the gentleman, we are both concerned for the sector. Okay? Okay, so, in this, yung natira dito is the creation of the negosyo centers. Now, in a nutshell, what is it all about? It says here, there shall be established under the supervision of the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Council. We can get later on to the membership of the council. Negosyo centers in all provinces, cities, and municipalities. All provinces, cities, and municipalities. Incidentally, the MSMED is under the DTI.
Yeah.
These negosyo centers will be under the DTI. Okay? And they want this huge bureaucracy that will be established in all provinces, cities, and municipalities. Okay? Basically. And of course, it defines later on what the functions will be. Madaming functions dito for such a new body. And we discussed this during the period of during the committee report, and I was willing to go ahead with it. I had my reservations, but I was willing to go ahead with it for as long as may direct benefit na maliwanag na papupunta and to codify the law for MSMEs. Okay? I was willing to go ahead with it. Pero nung tinanggal lahat yun, ano yung natira? The creation of this huge bureaucracy under the DTI in all cities and municipalities nationwide. We have something like 1,700 municipalities nationwide. The DTI only has regional offices and has a representative in the provincial level. We are expanding the DTI, in effect, to be in all towns and cities nationwide and be involved. Of course, may functions dito na nakalista from A to, I will not read each and every one of them, but in many of these are new functions which I don't think the DTI, even to this date, has the expertise on. But I was willing to go ahead with it. Now, second, it gets involved also in Section 5, registration. Ito yung binanggit kanina, na right now, business permits are issued by local government units, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Okay? This Negosyo Center will be created in all cities and municipalities. Maganda naman yung sana, natulungan yung mga maliliit na negosyante na magtayo ng MSMEs. Then takes away, in effect, from the LGU, their authority to issue business permits na sila na ngayon ang mag-i-issue as far as micro enterprises are concerned. That's in Section 5. Okay? There seems to be a problem here as far as I'm concerned. Okay? So they are the ones who are going to have to issue the certificate of authority. And earlier, when we had the discussion earlier, the gentleman said that this is the response of this bill to the problems of the past with regard to the BIR's regulations. Tinanggal sa LG yung authority. I don't see them tinatanggal sa BIR din dito as claimed earlier, at sila ang mag-i-issue. In fact, let's review the language if necessary. It says here, under registration, okay, paragraph B, Certificate of Authority for Barangay Micro Business Enterprise. The Negosyo Center in the city or municipal level shall have the sole power to issue certificate of authority to BMBs in accordance with Republic Act 9178, otherwise known as the Barangay Micro Business Enterprise Act of 2002. But that is not in accordance, because in accordance to, it is the LGU. Upon the approval of registration of the BMBE, the Negosyo Center shall issue the certificate of authority. To defray the administrative cost of registering and monitoring the micro-enterprise, the Negosyo Centers may charge a fee which shall not be more than, or something like 1,000 pesos for 2 years.
That's your suggestion, Mr. President.
Correct. But not like I said, I was willing to go ahead with this, but I never said also that the Negosyo Center, but the LGU.
No, Mr. President.
Okay. No,
the
anyway, the
original
point
version
is
of
this.
the Senate had Negosyo Center.
Okay, the point is this. Okay? Ito na lang yung natira. Is it wise? Tingnan natin yung incentives at benefits We're talking here of taxes. Okay? Not in all cases because may credit pa eh. Okay, now, yung incentives and benefits of taxes, parang ayaw natin ibigay, dagdagan, dun sa MSME. Okay? Pero, pag tayo gagastos ng pera ng gobyerno, para napakadali. Para napakadali. Let us create this huge bureaucracy. Okay? In 1,700 municipalities and cities in the country, put up Negosyo centers. Man them. May MOE yan. May gastos yan. Ito, sige, gastusan natin to. Na nakalagay pa dito, all these functions, which I don't think today they're doing any of them. Now, the question is, today, yung BMBE na yan, nagre-register yan, kung gusto nila mag-register sa LGU. Although pinahihirapan ng DOF ng BIR, sumulat sa lahat ng tresurero ng munisipyo at ng syudad na, you comply with this new regulation na ganyan kakapal na parang ayaw ibigay.
Yeah.
That's why hindi natin matulungan yung micro-enterprises. Okay? So that is the situation. Now, kung hindi natayo to, gaano katagal ba para itayo natin tong negosyo center sa lahat ng munisipyo? Sa lahat ng syudad, sa buong bansa. Kung hindi matayo, at habang hindi pa natatayo, halimbawa lang, saan pupunta sila? Saan sila magre-register?
Mr. President,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
and if you may allow me a few minutes to respond because you had
Yes.
raised a number of issues.
Yes.
It's interesting, Mr. President, that I tend to agree with you on some of your points but disagree on others. So let me talk about what I agree with first.
Yes.
I agree with you, Mr. President, that the current setup has yielded a very difficult situation for our MSMEs or for the micro enterprises to get a BMBE status. And the solution we proposed, which has been accepted by the body as well, without any objections, is that we transfer this authority to DTI. Now, Mr. President, if you look at the definition of Negosyo Center, that's headed by DTI, but it's in partnership with the LGU. So, Mr. President, we are not cutting out the LGU. In fact, even what you had mentioned earlier about permits, that's also not true, Mr. President, because we did not touch on permits. The local government still has its permits. What we did move, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on this, Mr. President, is the BMB status authorization, which actually is for national taxes. And hence, Mr. President, we kept the sacred nature of our local government units and their ability to cater to their own constituents. But with regard to that provision, Mr. President, that's exactly what we had reformed. Now, I
so
find
in
it,
effect,
Mr. President,
it is an
may I finish?
added bureaucracy.
Mr. President, may I finish? So these are the points where I agree with you on. Definitely, Mr. President, there needed a reform for the BMBE status authorization, and we did do that, Mr. President.
So let me clarify that response. In effect, it is an added bureaucracy dahil pupunta pa sa LGU, pupunta rin sa kanila.
Mr. President, no. Again, if you look at the functions, we are putting all of the permits in the Negosyo Center, Mr. President. So, yung pupunta sa isa at pupunta sa isa is actually all in one place.
But today, you already have that in most LGUs, if not all, yung mga one-stop processing.
Exactly. Thank you for mentioning that, Mr. President.
So now, magtatayo tayo ng panibagong one-stop processing, but
Mr. President,
by doing so, we will hire all these new people and this new office.
Mr. President, if I may clarify,
yes.
All existing bodies which are currently under DTI, and these are the NERBACs, the BRICs, all of these institutions.
There are no
Mr.
DTI offices in the city and municipalities in the provinces.
Mr. President, if I may, there are some. Now, it's interesting that you don't want this to be spread out in all places, but we do agree that there are MSMEs in all cities, provinces, and municipalities. So,
correct.
Mr. President, what you had mentioned, which you are worried about, is exactly the nature of the bill, which is to reach more of these MSMEs in all areas.
I agree. And that's why we are proposing, in the original version, may maliwanag na incentives, benefits, credit assistance, wag nang pahirapan tong maliliit na negosyante. na to get all these registration permits with the BIR every quarter, magsasabit ng VAT return, magsasabit ng income tax return, so on and so forth.
Again, Mr. President, I agree with you with many of those
correct.
points, but
so tinatanggal natin marami yan and providing additional incentives and benefits. Okay, that's the idea. Then, okay na lang sa akin. So, I'm working with the chairman of the committee. Payag na rin ako sana sa Negosyo centers. Even if I had misgivings, for as long as we can do this maliwanag for the MSMEs.
Thank you,
But since
Mr. President.
tinanggal na lahat yun, I look at it from this perspective to simplify. And then I will no longer belabor the point because time is late and I have a bad cough and a bad cold as well. And it is for the consideration of the body to pass anyway. And I'm not going to block any of that, Mr. President. Now, having said that, let me reiterate what I said earlier. We're making it more difficult or making it difficult for MSMEs. I'm not talking about the chairman. His intentions are well noted. Huh? But on the other hand, to give them incentives, to give them credit assistance. Wag nang pahirapan every quarter pumunta sa BIR, VAT return, income tax return, so on and so forth. Mas mahal pa yung compliance cost than to run the business. Okay, that's how hard it is to be a small entrepreneur. Now, on the other hand, we are being too loose in creating bureaucratic organizations, spending people's money. Not the government's money, but taxpayers' money. Yung perang gagastusin dito in creating all these 1,700 offices in all cities and municipalities. Pasweldo niyan, yung MOE ng mga opisinang yan, capital outlay na kailangan yan. Palagay ko, napakalaking gastos. And then, they do not have the track record of doing this anyway. But then, ang daming functions na linagay natin. Huh? And finally, the creation of the MSMED Council. Again, another council na posible may honorarium na naman din do. How many councils do we have, Mr. President? Another council and an advisory to the council. Huh? So, these are my concerns in the conference committee report. But like I said, I understand where the chairman is coming from, and I'm not against that. There was an opportunity in this bill to codify, to improve whatever incentives, benefits, to address certain concerns. Unfortunately, my feeling is that we are not addressing them. But of course, the chairman feels that we are, and I respect his position on that. Now, having said that, I do not intend to belabor the points anymore. So I thank the gentleman for responding to the questions I raised, and I just wanted to put on record also my own observations on the measure. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Batangas for all of those comments. Instead of responding to all of the suggestions that he had given in the last part, and of course, we can do that, but I guess, Mr. President, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So I invite the good senator to actually join me as we monitor and implement this process. In fact, Mr. President, DTI, in fairness to them, is ready to revolutionize their type of service to our people. They're willing to push for inclusive growth and really go all the way down to the grassroots. And in effect, Mr. President, this will allow them to do that. We are also noticeable. We also know, Mr. President, that we will not. This is a progressive implementation, and we will actually go little by little. And I'd like to mention, Mr. President, the first batch of pilot areas is Batangas City is actually included. So Mr. President, napakalapit ito sa gentleman from Batangas. We will monitor this properly and we will make sure, Mr. President,
you can spare our taxpayers in Batangas City, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you're already funding it. The mayor is already funding it, Mr. President. So we will monitor that. And in the end, Mr. President, I hope the rest of us will also monitor this implementation as we take the services of government to the people to the next level. So, Mr. President, I welcome all of these comments. Actually, Mr. President, this is probably a good opportunity for us to work on future bills which can address some of the good gentleman's concerns. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And with that, Mr. President, and with the permission of the Chamber, I move that the body ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2046 and House Bill 4595, Mr. President.
I second the motion of the gentleman who sponsored successfully this and shepherded this bill into law, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2046 and House Bill 4595 is hereby approved, and let the joint explanation of the Conference Committee report be placed on record.
Yes. Mr. President, how was my vote recorded?
Yes, sir.
May I know, Mr. President, how my vote was recorded?
It's recorded in the affirmative.
May I register a negative vote, Mr. President?
For
the reasons I mentioned already earlier. Thank you.
Let the records reflect the negative vote of Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2275 under Committee Report number 47. This is the Scholar ng Bayan Bill, Mr. President.
Consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, the status of the bill, the parliamentary status is that the measure is in the period of interpellation, and I was informed that no senator has registered their desire to interpellate. Thus, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
There are no committee amendments, or has it been finished?
After there are committee and one individual amendments, Mr. President. So we're just closing the period of interpellation only.
All right. Period for debates, period for interpellation is terminated.
Mr. President, to give the sponsor 1 minute to prepare the committee amendments, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, the Deputy Minority Leader wished to make a short manifestation first.
This is in relation to the bill under consideration, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader has agreed to make the manifestation after we consider the Scholar ng Bayan bill. May we now recognize Senator Pia?
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized on the period of committee amendments.
A minute suspension, Mr. President, while I just gather my papers.
Suspended for 1 minute.
Okay.
Ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I'll start with my committee amendments. On page 1, lines 22 to 26, and page 2, lines 1 to 6, delete the entire subsection B and renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly.
Any objection? Hearing none, the committee amendment is adopted.
Thank you. On page 2, line 7, after the word SUCs, insert the phrase shall accept and facilitate the entry of the scholars ng bayan, giving priority to those from within the province where the SUC is located, semicolon, provided, comma, that specialized SUCs or those. I submit, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the committee amendment is adopted.
Thank you. The next amendment is on the same page, lines 31, 32 to 33. On lines 31, delete the word for, and then in the following line, delete the phrase assistance may be given by and replace it with requires the participation and cooperation of. We submit.
Any objection? Hearing none, the committee amendment is adopted.
On the same page, after line 36, insert a new subsection 1, which shall read as follows. 1. Upon the effectivity of the law, conduct a review of the number of graduating public high school students in each province to ensure that the SUCs therein have the capacity to absorb the scholars ng bayan, comma, likewise taking into consideration the probability that graduates from other provinces may apply in said SUCs, especially those that are recognized as centers of excellence. We submit.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And just to renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly.
So renumbered.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
The next amendment is on page 3. After line 13, insert a new subsection 2 in between subsections 1 and 2, which shall read as follows. 2. Inform CHED of their capacity to absorb the students applying under the Scholar ng Bayan program. We submit.
Any objection here and approved?
We also request that the subsections be succeeding subsections be renumbered accordingly.
So renumbered.
On the same page 3, line 21, before the word LGUs, insert this sentence. LGUs shall assist qualified graduates in their localities to avail of the benefits under the Scholar ng Bayan program. We submit.
Any objection here and approved?
Then, immediately after that sentence, after the word LGU, delete the word may and replace with the phrase are likewise encouraged to. We submit.
Any objection here and approved?
On the same page, line 26, after the word corporations, delete the phrase may likewise and replace it with the phrase are encouraged to.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Also, Mr. President, on the same line 26, change the capitalized letter C on the word corporation with a small letter c. We submit.
Approved.
There are twice. The second time the word corporation appears. So the phrase reads private corporation dash private corporation. The second word corporation, small letter c.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period for committee amendments.
Period for committee amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period for individual amendments.
Period for individual amendments is in order.
Mr. President, with your permission, I want to propose one amendment when the
Please proceed.
sponsor is ready.
Please proceed.
On page 3 after line 23.
Page 3 after line 23. Yes.
If I may, Mr. President, I have an amendment there, so that will come after the committee amendment.
May I read first, Mr. President, the gist of the...
First, can we read this section
Yes.
as it now reads with the committee amendments so that the record can really indicate what the amendments are? On line 21.
Yes. So let me start on line 21. Local government units, open close parentheses, LGUs. LGUs shall assist qualified graduates in their localities to avail of the benefits under the Scholar ng Bayan program. LGUs are likewise encouraged to create their own scholarship programs to implement or complement the Scholar ng Bayan program for their constituents.
All right. That's how the section now reads.
Yes.
May we know from the majority leader what is the proposed
Mr. President,
amendment?
in another paragraph, the Public Employment Service Office, open parenthesis, peso, close parenthesis, of each local government unit shall submit an annual report to the SUCs in their respective province or region containing projections on employment opportunities and job openings. Because, may I explain, Mr. President?
No, but first, where do we insert that amendment?
After the two paragraphs that the law talks about the role of the LGU.
Two sentences.
Two sentences, Mr. President.
New paragraph.
So, Mr. President, can the sponsor read the three paragraphs, or I'll read it for?
Can we have a 1-minute suspension, and can the two senators on the floor figure it out what exactly the amendment and where it will be situated? 1-minute suspension.
Or this one? I don't have to buy them. If the bill is struck this out, it's the little details, the little details. I know.
Session is resumed. The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. President, the paragraph will now read starting in line 21. LGUs shall assist qualified graduates in their localities to avail of the benefits under the Scholar ng Bayan program. Next paragraph. LGUs are encouraged to create their own scholarship program to implement or complement the Scholar ng Bayan program for their constituents. Next paragraph, the Public Employment Service Office, PESO, of each local government unit shall submit an annual report to the SUCs in their respective province or region containing projections on employment opportunities and job openings. Period, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, but just with the correction that in the last paragraph, the acronym LGU will be used instead of local government unit.
All right.
For consistency, Mr. President.
Yes.
All right. The amendment having been accepted by the sponsor, any objection, hearing none, approved.
Sir President, I also move to delete line 32 to 35. So the Section 7 shall read, form of scholarship grants. Scholarship grants are hereby provided in the form of free tuition fee and other school fees to the Scholar ng Bayan in all SUCs, period. Mr. President, I'll stop there, but may I allow to explain why I'm proposing that line 32 to 30, sorry, line 32 to 35 be deleted. I am 101% in favor of giving full scholarship, meaning not only tuitions but also book allowances, cost of living allowances, dorm, board and lodging allowances, etc. Except, Mr. President, the budget of for 2015 will only be submitted after the SONA. So if we put these two additional grants of scholarship, reasonable textbook allowance and reasonable monthly allowance in the law now, it might affect the whole bill, or it might lead the different agencies led by the CHED to say that we cannot afford such Scholar ng Bayan program. So there's nothing in this law that will prohibit CHED, the Office of the President, individual private corporations, LGUs, to provide textbook and cost of living allowances to the said scholars. So I'd rather that the law will not overpromise, so that we will not create false expectations. No, I submit, Mr. President.
Just for the record, Section 7 will now read, Section 7, period, form of scholarship grants, period, thus, scholarship grants are hereby provided in the form of free tuition fee and other school fees to the scholar ng Bayan in all SUCs, period, and lines 32 to 35 are deleted. Is that a correct reading?
Yes, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
With the explanation that Senator Alan Cayetano gave, I accept the amendment and would also like to put on record that the bill encourages the participation of private corporation and LGU. So in fact, for the time being, that we use this as the introduction of this program, then I can live with these amendments in the hope that over time we will have more support for our scholars ng Bayan. Thank you.
The amendment of the Majority Leader having been accepted by the sponsor, the same is hereby approved in the absence of any objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just as a manifestation, this is without prejudice to proposing this in the BICAM if and when the DBM and other agencies of government say that there are funds available and they are and that the CHED, etc., will be pushing for said allowances, Mr. President.
Noted.
Mr. President, Senator Angara also wishes to propound some questions that may lead to a individual amendment. May we now recognize Senator Angara.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, good sponsor. I realized I missed the period for interpellation, so take advantage of this period to ask a few questions.
Yes, we'll be happy to respond, and we apologize that the period of interpellation was closed, but by all means, I would be happy to respond to any questions and open to amendments.
I thank the good sponsor, Mr. President. It's a very good bill, and I earlier last week I think I signified my intent to co-sponsor the bill. Going to the various sections, I think the mechanism is for our initial preference is for a member of the top 10 of a graduating class of a public high school to be is it his or her choice, meaning they choose they can choose to go outside their province, or it's a limiting factor that if there is a vacancy in their own province, assuming they graduate from Ifugao or Ilocos Norte, must they go to a SUC in that province?
No, the law is the law did not exactly specify the law does not specify that they must go to their province. Neither does it prohibit that they go to a SUC outside of their province. But we take cognizance of the fact, the reality that due to limitation of funds, primarily due to limitation of funds, many students will choose to go to an SUC that is accessible to them, geographically accessible to them, normally within the province. And so what we did was we have a provision that says that the objective really is for CHED to coordinate the capacities of the SUCs to absorb the students within their province, taking into consideration if they are centers of excellence, for example, Manila and Cebu, you will assume that students from other nearby provinces or region will also be going there. So it is nothing is carved in stone, but we are putting enough guidelines so that CHED is guided accordingly in the implementation of the program itself.
Yeah, I was a little worried, Mr. President, and the sponsor used the phrase absorptive capacity. I think that was precisely my thinking, because I'll give you an example in my home province, Mr. President. There are about 150 or 120 rather public high schools, and if you take the top 10, that's 1,200 students. But the state college only has about 2,000, less than 3,000 students. So if you accommodate all of the public high school graduates there, that's 1,200 students, and assuming they all want to go to that school, that's the not, for lack of a better term, worst case scenario in terms from the point of view of the SUC, then you would require the state university to suddenly absorb. I have a 50% increase in its student population in just the span of 12 months. So it's that kind of situation that I'm worried might replicate itself without at all criticizing the intent of the bill, because the intent is really fantastic, Mr. President. The problems of that's why we have seen enrollment in state colleges and universities increase dramatically over the last few years, precisely because the accessibility issue and because the figure of those of our countrymen who want to graduate from a higher educational institution has remained stagnant at around 15 to anywhere from 12 to 20% in the last decade or so. But it's that issue of absorptive capacity that I'm very concerned about, Mr. President.
In other words, the gentleman is concerned about the implementability of this measure. The intention
Well,
is
yes,
good.
that whether we call it absorptive capacity, Mr. President, or implementability, it's I guess. But I realize it's not impossible if the CHED can find a mechanism. If the CHED can maybe set up satellite colleges, but I just realized that it's difficult. Like I pointed out in my own province, if we were to double suddenly or increase the enrollment by 50%, how would we house the additional students? So I think just to point it out without actually objecting to it, Mr. President. Yeah.
Mr. President, I appreciate that question because I'm happy to discuss this because that was also a concern that I had, and we took time to look at the data that is available. And I'm happy to report that we do believe that it is implementable. Let me give you examples. And we are cognizant of the fact that there would be provinces that would have the scenario that the gentleman from Aurora mentioned. But let me give you the other data to give you a complete picture. For example, in Region 4B, and I'm looking specifically at Marinduque, there are 45 public high schools, so we assume that's 450 students would qualify for the program. And Marinduque State College has a total population of 12,700 with an incoming freshman population of 1,300. So the 450 would we will assume that many of these top graduates are probably
going elsewhere.
Going would already be part of that type of population, and others would go elsewhere. So, but at least we know that 450, it's not a long shot to say that they would fit into 1,300. Another figure that I am happy to give is in Guimaras, which is in Region 6, they have 17 high schools, so that's 170 scholars, and the freshman population of Guimaras College is 530. So that can also be absorbed there. What is this?
Mr. President, I want to clarify that I don't believe the law is unimplementable.
Oh,
I want to state it for the record.
Yes.
I think what is important is we institute safety mechanisms in case there are some state universities or colleges which would not be able to absorb. And in fact, the figure on Aurora, I think I've mistaken, because I think the figure is 120 elementary schools. Come to think of it, it's 30 national high schools. So that would only be 300.
I was going to say
that was only 300.
I was going to say that
I don't have the figures in front of me because this is what you might call a sudden interpolation.
I know. Sorry for.
And I was trying to recall from memory, and I realized the figure is 120 elementary schools and only 30 high schools.
I was going to say that Aurora is one of the provinces where the governor has been very proactive in family planning. So I was going to say, parang ang laki yata ng graduating population ng Aurora compared to the rest. But
I made a mistake in my numbers, Mr. President. I apologize.
His Honor need not, tiptoe around me and the figures. I do know that His Honor is supportive, and I am actually very happy to put on record these figures that we have shown to prove exactly that we believe that with CHED supervising and working very closely with the SUCs, there would be that ability to absorb the students, again, if not in the province itself, in SUCs in nearby provinces. And allow me to put on record just a few more. In Region 7, in Bohol specifically, there is only one state university, that's the Bohol Island State University. There are 168 high schools, so we expect 1,680 scholars. And the freshman population of Bohol, it's called Bisu, is 4,700. So 1,600 can, assuming that half or three-fourths of them is manageable, no, to be absorbed by Bisu. And then let me also mention, because also in Region 7 is Negros Oriental State University, and they have 199 high schools, so that would be 1,990, almost 2,000 scholars, and their freshman population is 8,000. So it's on the top 10 would only be 1/4 of the existing freshman population of NOSU. And then finally, let me mention Cebu. Cebu has two state universities. One is Cebu Normal, the other one is Cebu Technical University. Cebu has 419 high schools, so that would be 4,190 scholars. And Cebu Normal has 5,000 population for their incoming freshmen and 7,000 for Cebu Technology. So together, the absorptive capacity for freshmen of the two state universities is close to 13,000 compared to the 4,000 incoming freshmen. So we see this, and of course, we have to recognize that there are provinces that don't have state colleges,
yeah.
but then they would be absorbed by the centers of excellence, such as I mentioned, Cebu and the rest. So yes, I feel that there will be challenges ahead, but to me, I think this is a positive challenge, which will even push CHED and the SUCs to ensure that the presence of the SUCs are proportional to the student population. To me, when we were drafting this, I thought it's a perfect wake-up call to look at how our SUCs are geographically situated.
I'm satisfied with the answer, Mr. President. I don't want to belabor that point. I just wanted to put it on record, and I do believe that it is not insurmountable, Mr. President. And then if we could go to the coverage of the measure in Section 4, Mr. President. It says that it covers all state universities and colleges except the University of the Philippines. I can imagine why we wouldn't cover the UP, because it would give rise to a host of other problems, and UP has its own strict qualification requirements.
Yes.
But I was thinking of the other, for lack of a better term, national SUCs.
Yes.
Like Philippine Normal University, Technological
Yes.
University of the Philippines,
Yes.
Polytechnic University of the Philippines. How would the scholarship or the Scholar ng Bayan program work in their case, Mr. President?
Yes, again, I thank His Honor for that question, because we also checked on that. When we excluded UP, we also considered these other national, these other large or level 4, SUCs. And in fact, I actually spoke to the president of PNU, Philippine Normal University, and explained the bill and how it worked. And given that these will be scholars and ideally absorbed by either the budget of CHED or the combined scholarship programs that are scattered throughout our national budget annually, they are happy to absorb those scholars. So when I considered the other similarly situated universities, I realized that, considering, as I said, that the budget would be coming from CHED or other scholarships, then it wouldn't really pose a problem to them, because in fact, they are now, it's like we filtered the students for them. They're now actually going to allocate X amount of their slots to the best of the best, you know. So in fact, the president, in fact, expressed her not just satisfaction, but her pleasure that this program would be implemented, because then parang nasala na for them, no, lalong mag-a-apply sa kanila tong mga magagaling na estudyante na dati walang oportunidad dahil sa kakulangan ng pondo.
And since we're on the topic of the SUKs, how many SUKs are there now? Because it's even when I was chairing in the House, it seemed to be a moving figure. Is it 112 or 111 or 110?
112. Our number is 112. With the clarification that includes campuses and extensions.
Campuses and extensions.
Just in relation to that question, would universities and colleges maintained by the local governments?
No, they're not included in,
no,
the,
Mr. President.
in the coverage.
With the permission of the chamber, can the chair request for a 5-minute suspension?
Sure.
Wala
Session is resumed.
Mr. President,
The sponsor and Senator Angara are once more recognized.
just a few more queries, begging the indulgence of the good sponsor. I was thinking of the issues of quality. I suppose with the 7,000 to 8,000 public high schools in the country, there would be a great variance with respect to quality, and the top 10 there would be a great difference in their abilities. Was this issue ever? Did it ever come up, Madam Sponsor,
Yes.
Mr. President?
Mr. President, we considered that there would be different qualities of top 10 students, but our objective here is if you graduated top 10, then you deserve to go to a state college and university, and therefore we provide for the law says that the SUC shall accept them, but it doesn't require that they be accepted in a quota course, and also it also requires the SUC to provide for a bridge program to also assist these students who may need to do some catching up.
Yes. Mr. President, are there how many provinces are without state university? I can think offhand only of Sarangani province as a province without a SUC. It used to be Compostela Valley also, but the 15th Congress created the Compostela Valley State University. So I guess I would be concerned where the top 10 of graduates of public high schools in Sarangani province would end up, Mr. President.
From my record, 6.
May we inquire what are the 6, Mr. President?
Dinagat Islands in Caraga, City of Isabela, Region 9, Zamboanga Sibugay, Region 9, Lanao del Norte, Region 10, Sarangani, Region 12, South Cotabato, Region 12. I would like to verify that, but I remember when I saw this was the list we have. I can double check, but that's what I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I wouldn't worry too much about South Cotabato because I think General Santos has a branch of MSU there, and Zamboanga Sibugay has a branch also of MSU. Dinagat Island, I'm not sure, but didn't the Supreme Court declare? Well, no. Anyway, I'm not sure about Dinagat Island. The nearest would probably be Surigao, one of the Surigao state colleges.
Well, and as we said earlier, then the idea would be for them to absorb the nearby provinces. And then it's also a challenge to SUC to look into the need to have...
There would be a need to provide for their lodging, Mr. President.
Yes.
So,
well, exactly. But we take cognizant that it is not perfect, but that there would be ways to remedy this.
Well, perhaps, Mr. President, in either the law or in the rules, we could provide that those students who would be studying outside their own provinces and would require support for board and lodging be also provided for, perhaps, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President.
Precisely why we recognize the role of the private sector and the LGUs. Many of them have their own scholarship programs, so and CHED is now mandated to coordinate all these efforts. So that could be they could be directed to focus on those students that have additional costs to attend college.
My next question, Mr. President, pertains to the SUCs in Metro Manila. There are a number of them. There's the Rizal Technological in Mandaluyong. There's the IRIS in Manila. How would we operationalize the Scholar ng Bayan in these schools? Would they be limited to the residents of Metro Manila, or would they be open to provincial students?
The idea that we have in the bill is that they should be open because we consider Manila a center of excellence, just like Cebu. And so being located in a center of excellence, they should be open towards accepting students who would have the ability, since as the bill stands now, we are not covering living allowances. Then to the extent that these students have other means to get other kinds of support, then these schools can still absorb these students from neighboring or other areas, because obviously students may want to go there precisely because they are in a center of excellence, or the school itself is a center of excellence.
Mr. President, would the program cover around 70 to 80,000 students? Is that the
Yes,
maximum possible?
Well, we're on the high end of 70,000, so let's assume it's 80 for now for the incoming. Yes, for the next year, for the next few years, around 80,000.
Mr. President, what is the percentage growth in terms of high school enrollment total? Because then we could predict how many students, or what is the universe of possible students that could be covered by the measure? Like, put it another way, if it's 80,000 now, what was it last year, or what is it? What do we foresee it to be in a year and in 2 years?
Well, I'm looking at the figures, and it's not by way of percentage, no, but for public.
Just the numbers, Mr.
Yes.
President, would be just a rough estimate, not an exact figure, Mr. President.
So let me start in 2010. 6.9 million, and then 7.0 million the following year, 2011, 2012 is 7.1.
So the 7,900 is based on the 7 million. The 79,000 possible grantees of the Scholar ng Bayan scholarship is based on a enrollment of I missed the figure, Mr. President. Is it may I ask the good sponsor to repeat?
Yes, I'm just looking at this. I'll get back to you in a minute.
Anyway, Mr. President, I withdraw the query, and I commend the good sponsor and the majority leader is also the sponsor of the measure for thinking of ways creatively to solve the problems of access in education, and I throw my support beyond the bill, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, since there are no other senators who made reservations, but afterwards after my motion, I'll recognize Senator Deputy Minority Leader for a manifestation. Mr. President, I move that we close the period for individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period for individual amendments is hereby terminated.
Mr. President.
Senator Soto is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll have to admit that I wasn't able to study the measure enough, and the questions posed by a member of the majority opened the eyes and ears of the minority. So I will not object to the motion being posed by the majority leader, and also the possibility to accommodate a motion for approval on second reading. I will not object to that also, Mr. President, so that we can facilitate the proceedings tonight. But I will vote in favor with the manifestation that when we come back, if I have studied the measure and there is a individual amendment I would like to propose, there might not be any, but just in case, Mr. President, that I may be allowed to manifest that we will. The reason I'm voting in favor is so that I can file a motion for reconsideration.
And Mr. President, may
of the individual amendment.
May I assure Senator Soto, the Deputy Minority Leader, that I will not also attach my name to a bill that cannot be implemented. That's why I assured him, because I'm almost 100% sure that the House and Senate will have different versions, that we will make sure DBM, CHED, etc. are at the BICAM, and that this bill will be implementable. No? So his manifestation and his gesture is well taken, and I thank him for that, Mr. President.
Just a query from the Chair and the Majority Leader. Under our rules, a motion for reconsideration can be filed within the next session day by one who voted in the affirmative. In this particular case, we're adjourning sine die. Our next session will be on the 4th Monday of July, and if we follow the rule, the period to reconsider would expire on the 4th Monday of July, or would have to be done on the 4th Monday of July.
Yes.
Is it the understanding of the Chair that we will suspend this rule for purposes of allowing the Minority Leader to have more time to...
I'm confident, Mr. President, that after reviewing and the sponsor can provide him the answers, he will be satisfied and will not need to make an individual amendment. But if he does, then when we meet before the SONA, he can make the motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, it is 2 session days.
Yes.
I stand corrected.
Yes, thank you. Therefore, I may be able to, if I may, Mr.
Yes,
President.
please.
Therefore, I may be able to move for a reconsideration of the period of individual amendments on the 28th, even on Tuesday, and not
Yes.
disturb the proceedings on.
That's right, Mr. President.
On the SONA in that case, Mr. President.
All right, so...
With the concurrence.
And to add, Mr. President, we will have a leadership meeting the week before.
29, I'm sorry.
And I will be able to consult him on that because
Yes.
we will be meeting for the leadership.
All right.
For all you know, it might not be necessary, Mr. President, but as I said, I don't have that much of a pride. I'm humble enough to admit that I was not able to ask to study this measure, Mr. President.
The request of the manifestation of the minority leader is in accordance with our rules.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. So
Thank you,
with
Mr.
that-
President.
with that
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2275 under Committee Report number 47.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approve on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the reference of business.
Can we first suspend consideration?
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2275 under Committee Report number 47.
Consideration of measure is suspended.
I move,
Question
Mr.
of
President.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Soto.
Would it be necessary for us to continue with the reference of business? It's late in the hour. We have a sponsorship speech, and I am eager to listen to the closing speech of the Senate President.
Mr. President, the reference of business is to accommodate the request of Senator Ejercito so that he can sponsor the Quezon City housing bill where you were vice.
Then by all
Mayor
means,
of
Mr. President, let's proceed with the reference of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the Deputy Minority.
What did he say? Second? What? You want it? Second additional?
Yes, we have additional and a second additional. We have up to third additional, sir.
Additional. Now we go to additional reference of business. What is it? Additional reference of business.
Committee report on. Saan dito?
All right. The secretary will read the additional reference of business.
Bill on first reading. Senate number 2281, entitled an act increasing the minimum monthly salaries of public school teachers to 25,000 pesos and non-teaching personnel to 15,000 pesos by Senator Osmeña III.
Committee on Education, Arts and Culture, Civil Service, Government Organization, and Finance.
Resolution, PS Resolution number 715, directing the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation the 1,004 high-powered firearms that reportedly ended up in the hands of insurgent forces with the intent of strengthening the mandates of government agencies determining the appropriate government response to loose firearms. Senator Recto.
Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
Committee reports. Committee report number 53, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on Senate number 2280 with Senators Escudero, Defensor Santiago, Joseph Victor Ejercito, and Pimentel III as authors thereof, entitled an act amending Presidential Decree number 968, otherwise known as the Probation Law of 1976 as amended, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 595, 1448, and 1935, taking into consideration House number 4147. Sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 54, submitted jointly by the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate number 449, introduced by Senator Recto, entitled an act honoring and granting additional benefits and privileges to Filipino centenarians, declaring the 25th September as National Respect for Centenarians Day, and for other purposes recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senators Maria Lourdes, Nancy Espinay, Sani Angara, and Escudero.
Calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 55, submitted by the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement on Senate number 2161, introduced by Senator Soto III, entitled An Act Crafting the Quezon City Development Authority, QCDA, defining its powers and functions, providing for its organizational structure and capitalization, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senators Joseph Victor Ejercito and Soto III.
Calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer Senate Bill number 2161 under Committee Report number 55 from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
With the consent of the Senate, Mr. President, I move to consider Senate Bill number 2161 under Committee Report number 55.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
With the permission of the body, may I request that the Secretary read only the title and the author of the said measure.
Secretary will do so.
Senate number 2161, an act crafting the Quezon City Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing for its organizational structure and capitalization.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Ejercito, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Senator Ejercito is recognized to deliver a sponsorship speech.
Good evening, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. It is my honor to present its sponsor committee report number 55, the creation of Quezon City Development Authority. Quezon City, with an area of 16,112 hectares, is the largest city of metropolitan Manila. It is more than 4 times the size of Manila, almost 6 times the land area of Makati, and more than 14 times bigger than Mandaluyong. The vastness of the land area of Quezon City caters to almost 2.8 million inhabitants, which is equivalent to 23.3% population of the whole Metro Manila. Out of the given figures, the Quezon City government identifies almost 500,000 people as informal settlers. As mentioned by Congressman Jose Christopher Belmonte, representative of the 6th District of Quezon City, the principal sponsor of the bill at the House of Representatives. These informal settlers are not seen by the city as a burden. In fact, Quezon City sees these people as a driving force in our economy. They fill up jobs and help keep our city running. Their children are also some of the brightest young minds in the country, and we want to continue with our commitment to nurture them and help them become able citizens. Faced with the issue of providing immediate adequate shelter for the informal settlers of the biggest city in Metro Manila, Senator Vicente Soto III filed Senate Bill number 2161 entitled An Act Creating the Quezon City Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing for its organizational structure and capitalization. Now the subject matter of Committee Report number 55 by the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement. The bill seeks to create the Quezon City Development Authority. It shall address Quezon City's pressing housing, development, and urban renewal concerns. If passed into law, it will stand as a government-owned and controlled corporation, covered by the provisions of Republic Act 10149, the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, and subject to the jurisdiction of the Governance Commission for GOCCs, or GCG. The QCDA will address socialized housing and urban renewal concerns within Quezon City, and seeks to provide adequate and affordable housing to marginal and low-income families in Quezon City, to encourage the participation of the private sector in housing ventures and urban renewal, to promote greening, development of vacant, blighted, and underutilized lands in Quezon City owned by the local government, and, last but not the least, to provide to the constituency of Quezon City projects that will improve their quality of life, such as affordable means and schemes of transportation, energy, telecommunication, information technology, and manufacturing. As mandated by the highest law of the land, Congress should give highest priority to enactment of measures that protect and enhance the right of the people to human dignity, reduce social, economic, and political inequalities, and remove cultural inequities by equitably diffusing wealth and political power for the common good. The approval of the social justice measure gives spirit to the above-mentioned provision of the Constitution. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2161 under Committee Report number 55.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, just as a manifestation, we were supposed to take up Senate Bill number 2278 under Committee Report number 52 on the extension of the CARP law. And the sponsor and chairperson of the committee, Senator Honasan, is present and ready. However, a number of senators wish to study the measure and may interpolate. That's why we will not be taking it up tonight, Mr. President.
Noted.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Suspended for 1 minute. Akin na yung amendment just in case.
What one second?
Remember yung controversial na siya, inaway siya ng kasi sabi niya, I wanted to.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, with consent of the Senate, I move that we transfer Senate Bill number 2280 under Committee Report number 53 from the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar for special order.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2280 under Committee Report number 53.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, may we request the Secretary to read only the title of the said measure.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate number 2280, an act amending Presidential Decree 968, otherwise known as the Probation Law of 1976 as amended.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Pimentel to sponsor the said measure.
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Mr. President, as Chairman of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I respectfully submit before this august chamber for consideration Senate Bill number 2280 under Committee Report number 53 entitled An Act Amending Presidential Decree number 968, otherwise known as the Probation Law of 1976 as amended. I will be quoting from the case of Francisco versus Court of Appeals, GR number 108747, dated April 6, 1995, where our Supreme Court had the occasion to rule that probation is a special privilege granted by the state to a penitent qualified offender. It essentially rejects appeals and encourages an otherwise eligible convict to immediately admit his liability and save the state of time, effort, and expenses to jettison an appeal. The case continues this way. The law expressly requires that an accused must not have appealed his conviction before he can avail of probation. This outlaws the element of speculation on the part of the accused to wager on the result of his appeal, that when his conviction is finally affirmed on appeal, the moment of truth well nigh at hand, and the service of his sentence inevitable, he now applies for probation as an escape hatch, thus rendering nugatory the appellate court's affirmance of his conviction. Consequently, probation should be availed of at the first opportunity by convicts who are willing to be reformed and rehabilitated, who manifest spontaneity, contrition, and remorse. However, esteemed Justice Mendoza provided an insightful dissent. In his words, to regard probation as a mere privilege to be given to the accused only when it clearly appears he comes within its letter is to disregard the teaching that in many cases that the probation law should be applied in favor of the accused, not because it is a criminal law, but in order to achieve its beneficent purpose. Accordingly, a rigid application of the law to his mind would defeat the probation law's purpose of helping the probationer develop into a law-abiding and self-respecting individual, and of affording the accused a chance to reform and rehabilitate himself without the stigma of a prison record. It is in this light that the Committee on Justice and Human Rights proposes relevant amendments to the probation law that are viewed to further strengthen the law's restorative ideals. First, to obviate the perceived inequity of disqualifying an accused from availing of probation after he appeals a judgment of conviction, despite the appellate court's ruling that reduces the imposable penalty and would have otherwise made it probationable, we propose to amend Section 4 of the probation law to read as follows. Section 4, Grant of Probation. Subject to the provisions of this decree, the trial court may, after it shall have convicted and sentenced a defendant for a probationable penalty, and upon application by said defendant within the period for perfecting an appeal, suspend the execution of the sentence and place the defendant on probation for such period and upon such terms and conditions as it may deem best, semicolon, provided that no application for probation shall be entertained or granted if the defendant has perfected the appeal from the judgment or conviction, semicolon, provided, however, that when a judgment of conviction imposing a non-probationable penalty is appealed and the appellate court modifies the judgment and imposes a probationable penalty, the defendant shall be allowed to apply for probation on the modified decision in the trial court that rendered the judgment of conviction within 15 days from notice of the modified decision. The defendant, however, shall lose the benefit of probation should he further appeal from the modified decision. Probation may be granted whether the sentence imposes a term of imprisonment or a fine only. The filing of the application shall be deemed a waiver of the right to appeal. An order granting or denying probation shall not be appealable. Close quotation marks. Under the proposed measure, therefore, a defendant can still be admitted into probation despite having previously appealed his conviction, if the appealed decision would later on impose a probationable penalty. This amendment aims to expand the benefit of probation without unnecessarily restricting the remedies that an offender may avail of in the ordinary course of law. Second, consistent with the objective of expanding the benefit of probation, we propose to amend the disqualification under Section 9C of the probation law by disqualifying only those who have been previously convicted by imprisonment of more than 6 months and 1 day and or a fine of more than 1,000 pesos. To preclude minor offenders such as those who have been previously convicted of imprisonment of just 1 month and 1 day from availing of the benefits of probation as it stands under the present law is not only restrictive but would also go contrary to the rehabilitative aspect of our criminal justice system. Finally, to strengthen the administration of the probation law in our country, the proposed measure provides for the appointment of volunteer probation officers to assist the regional, provincial, or city probation officers in the supervised treatment program of the probationers. The volunteer probation officer shall, like in the current law, not receive any regular compensation, but will now be given reasonable transportation and meal allowances as may be determined by the probation administration for their services rendered as volunteer probation officers. So overall, Mr. President, we believe that these proposed amendments to Presidential Decree number 968 will lead to a more inclusive probation law, one that is responsive to the needs of our times. Hence, I urge the approval of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the consideration of Senate Bill number 2280 under Committee Report number 53.
Any objection? Hearing none, so suspend.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 710.
Consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, may I request the Secretary to read the title and the text of the measure, Mr. President.
Secretary will do so.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 710, resolution declaring as read and approved the journal of the 83rd session of the Senate. Resolved by the Senate that the journal of the 83rd session, June 11, 2014, be declared as it is hereby declared, read, and approved.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 710.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution number 710 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 711.
In order.
May we request the Secretary to read the title and text of the measure?
Secretary will do so.
Resolution authorizing the production and distribution of 150 printed and digital copies each of the Journal and the Record of the Senate for the first regular session of the 16th Congress of the Philippines. Resolved by the Senate to authorize, as it hereby authorizes, the production of 150 printed and digital copies each of the Journal and the Record of the Senate for the first regular session of the 16th Congress of the Philippines and its distribution under the direction of the Secretary of the Senate.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 711.
In objection, hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution number 711 is adopted.
Mr. President, may we now proceed with the final resolutions for the Sine Die adjournment?
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Concurrent Resolution number 5.
In order.
May we request the Secretary, Mr. President, to read the title and text of the said measure?
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Concurrent Resolution providing for adjournment of the first regular session of the 16th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, 11 June 2014. Resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring, that the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives be authorized, as they are hereby authorized, to declare the first regular session of the 16th Congress of the Philippines adjourned by adjourning the sessions of the respective houses not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, 11 June 2014. Resolved further that a committee composed of 6 members of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker join a committee of the Senate to inform His Excellency President Benigno Aquino III that the first regular session of the 16th Congress is about to close and that the 2 houses are ready to adjourn unless the President has a message or communication to transmit to them.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 5.
Any objection, hearing none, adopted.
Mr. President, in conformity with the House Concurrent Resolution that we have adopted, I move to designate the following senators to form the Senate panel that will inform His Excellency the first regular session of the 16th Congress is about to adjourn sine die, and that the 2 houses are ready to adjourn unless the President has a message or communication to transmit to them. The following senators, Mr. President: Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Bam Aquino, and Senator J.V. Ejercito Estrada, Mr. President, will make a great trio.
So constituted.
Mr. President, allow me first to congratulate the Senate President in navigating this chamber during very tumultuous times and leading us to a very productive session. May we request that the Senate President deliver some closing remarks to his colleagues, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. My esteemed colleagues, good evening. As the first regular session of the 16th Congress comes to a close, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude and deepest appreciation to my colleagues for their boundless enthusiasm and single-mindedness in pursuing our legislative agenda, which translated into an impressive legislative performance. Since we opened the 16th Congress in July of last year, it has been a difficult and challenging journey for the Senate. I would like to thank the members of this august chamber for remaining composed and focused on our mandate despite the barrage of harsh and relentless criticism directed at our beloved institution when the PDAF controversy surfaced last year. The openness in which we have allowed media to report on this matter and the trust we have for our legal processes show how strong we have built our democratic foundations to withstand political turmoil. However, we cannot deny that the PDAF controversy has cast a long, dark shadow over our institution. And we completely understand the people's outrage. Thus, the members of this august chamber collectively sought ways to address the issue. We abolished the PDAF even before the Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional. we conducted our own investigation on the alleged misuse of pork barrel funds. By undertaking these measures, we are telling our people that the Senate is listening to their pleas and clamor for reforms. We are sending a clear and strong message that their Senate is sensitive to their grievances and concerns. Amid these spirit-breaking challenges, I am certain that each one of us only has the nation's and institutions' best interest at heart. We might be going through turbulent times right now, but I am confident that in time we will be able to restore the people's trust and confidence in our institution. We must not lose sight of our ultimate goal, which is to provide a better life for our countrymen, a life that is not wanting in choices and opportunities. Neither should we forget that the Senate, a bastion of democracy, has the glorious beginning and a history of honor in public service. And we shall endeavor to bring back that honor and glory. Even if the Senate scandal was constantly hugging, even if the PDAP scandal was constantly hugging the headlines and trending in the social media for months, and despite severe public beating, the Senate continued to work, deliberating on bills and crafting measures that would significantly improve the lives of our countrymen. Despite the controversies and intrigues that incessantly plagued this institution, we have preserved and continue to discharge our duties to the Republic and our people. Today, as we adjourn sine die, our first regular session, allow me to report to our people what the Senate of the Philippines has accomplished. The first regular session of the 16th Congress has afforded us the opportunity to prove the stability of our institution in the face of adversity. This august chamber, which has traditionally reveled in the confidence of the electorate and consistently maintained its prominence, has been battered by perhaps the gravest crisis that to have ever crossed its path. In my 16 years in the Senate, never before have I witnessed this kind of turmoil. As we continue to brave through the unforgiving blizzard of controversies, our commitments and vows to the people we serve as our serve as our guiding light on the road to recovery and redemption. While we defend our institutions against doubts of to its integrity, our constituents are faced with a tougher fight, a fight for survival as natural disasters hitting the nation in recent years are evolving with terrifying intensity and frequency. In 2013, one of the strongest typhoons ever recorded in history ripped through the Visayas and left a trail of devastation of epic proportions from which our people in the region are still staggering to recover. In this light, we work for the timely enactment of several measures to enable our people to quickly get back to our feet, on their feet. Among these measures is the enactment in record time of our national budget for 2014, which provided for an authorization to spend 2,265 billion in public funds, and with special emphasis on the calamity-stricken areas. We also passed Republic Act 10634, appropriating 14.6 billion to augment the calamity fund in the 2013 budget by 11.2 billion and the quick response fund by 3.4 billion. On the other hand, Joint Resolution Number 1 extended the validity of appropriations under the calamity fund and the quick response fund in 2013 national budget until the end of the year. We enacted Republic Act 10635, which established the Marina as the single and central maritime administration to comply with international standards and averted the possible employment ban against the 80,000 seafarers, Filipino seafarers in the European Union. We also passed Republic Act 10632, which postponed the Sangguniang Kabataan election to give Congress sufficient time to formulate substantial reforms in to this youth governance mechanism. Over and above this, we also completed the legislative process in 10 measures that await the President's approval. Among these is the bill that will strengthen our response to calamities by mandating telecommunication companies, telecommunication service providers to send free mobile alerts in the event of natural and man-made disasters. The graphic health warning law, which was passed after 7 long years, which seeks to increase the awareness of the public on the deadly effects of smoking through graphic health warnings printed on 50% of the principal display surface of tobacco packages. We have also proposed amendments to the Act liberalizing the scope and entry of operations of foreign banks. Under this measure, reputable and financially sound foreign banks shall be allowed to acquire up to 100% of the voting stocks of domestic banks. We also extended the corporate life of the Philippine National Railways. We also passed Senate Bill number 2046, which is promoting the reduction of poverty through development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, or the so-called Go Negosyo bill. We passed, and awaiting the President's signature, is the so-called Lemon Law, or Senate Bill 2211. Senate Bill 2273 was also passed, which strengthens the anti-drug campaign of the government by amending Section 21 of Republic Act 9165, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Drugs Act of 2002. We also approved the franchise of Cotabato Light and Power Company. We granted Philippine citizenship to Andre Blatze, and we declared July 27, 2014 as a special non-working holiday to commemorate the founding of the Iglesia ni Cristo. Significant also is the passage of the Freedom of Information Act, which seeks to implement a policy of full public disclosure of all government transactions involving public interest with appropriate safeguards to protect the national security. On the other hand, Senate Bill 2138 aims to empower the Sandigan to speedily resolve cases against erring government officials and employees. We have also approved on third reading the bill which would declare August 18 of every year as a Jesse Robredo Day, and also Senate Bill 2226, which protects the amateur nature of the student athletes in the Philippines by regulating the residency requirement and prohibiting commercialization of student activists. There are a number of education bills which we have passed, including the last one, the Scholar ng Bayan Bill. We have also concurred in the ratification of international treaties with the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, Spain, and India to boost our government's effort to fight criminality, especially those related to child trafficking and prostitution. Not only have we maintained our focus on the task that had earned us our membership in this August chamber, we have also outpaced the legislative output of the previous Congress. At the adjournment sine die of this first regular session of the 15th Congress, 3 measures were enacted into law, 6 bills transmitted for the approval of the President, 8 bills were approved on second and third reading, and 1 treaty was concurred in. While for the same period in this 16th Congress, 5 measures were enacted into law, 10 are awaiting approval of the President, 8 were approved on second and third reading, and 3 treaties were concurred. The Senate has shown strong resolve to fulfill its duty to the nation with fervor and determination. Never have we neglected our obligation to our people, even as we confront our present difficulties. Before I end, let me thank the Senate Secretariat and our respective staff for their unswerving support and competent service. To my esteemed colleagues, I commend all of you for your dedication to fulfill your sworn duty, undeterred by the issues hounding this institution. I am also thankful and deeply humbled by your continued trust and confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I have prepared a longer and more comprehensive report which will be inserted into the record and journal of the Senate. With that, let me once more thank all of you for your valuable support, and may God bless the Senate, bless the Filipino people, and bless the Republic of the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Well, let the records reflect the massive applause that the Senate President received. Mr. President, before we adjourn, I would like to remind our colleagues of Senate Resolution number 9, authorizing all committees of the Senate to hold meetings, hearings, or conferences during the recess of the Congress for the purpose of studying and preparing any proposed legislation or to investigate in aid of legislation any matter or subject falling under their jurisdiction. And let me just reiterate, as the Senate President said, God bless the Philippines, God bless the Senate, God bless the Filipino people. Mr. President, I move that the first regular session of the 16th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate be adjourned sine die.
The first regular session of the 16th Congress is hereby adjourned sine die. Okay.